In respect to the audience, I would like to address a few welcome remarks on Albanian. Mirë se erdhët të gjithë, e nderuar zonja Spiropali, kryetare e Kuvendit, i nderuar ambasador Gonzato, i nderuar zoti Dumani, të nderuar deputet pranishëm, të nderuar aktivistë shoqërisë civile, partnerë të Seldit, miqët ftuar nga shoqatat dhe agjencitë antikorrupsion të vendeve të rajonit. Në emër të Qendrës Shqiptare për Kërkime Ekonomike, si dhe gjithë partnerëve të rrjetit Seldi, kam kënaqësinë t'ju uroj mirëseardhjen në këtë forum të organizuar për fuqizimin e përpjekjeve të përbashkëta të shoqërisë civile, komunitetit biznesit dhe institucioneve ligjë zbatuese kundër korrupsionit në vendet e Ballkanit Perëndimor me qëllim integrimin evropian të tyre. Një çerek shekulli më parë, me iniciativën e njërës nga organizatat e shoqërisë civile më me reputacion në vendet ish socialiste, Qendra për Studimet e Demokracisë në Bullgari, dhe me bashkëpunimin e partnerëve nga disa vende të Europës Lindore, ndërta dhe Qendra Shqiptare për Kërkime Ekonomike, gjë e cila sot na bën krenar, u ndërmor nisma për krijimin e rrjetit Seldi. Në strategjinë dhe aktivitetet e tij, ky rrjet ka patur si qëllim targetimin e përbashkët korrupsionit dhe të kulturës pandëshkueshmërisë të lidhur me të, si një ndër barrierat më serioze për ndërtimin e shtetit të së drejtës, për përshpejtimin e zhvillimit ekonomik dhe shoqëror, si dhe për integrimin evropian të vendeve të Ballkanit Perëndimor. Pasojat rënuese të fenomenit korrupsionit i kemi neshur sidomos në aspekte të tilla si ndikimi negativ për të ardhmen, siç janë frenimi i investimeve tuaja direkte, përkeqësimi i klimës biznesit, pleksja e korrupsionit me krimin e organizuar dhe kapjen e shtetit, braktisja e vendit sidomos nga të rit, madje vitet e fundit dhe nga një numër syresh të arsimuar. Duke filluar prej vitit 2012 në mbështetjen e gjithëanshme dhe të vazhdueshme të Bashkimit Evropian, të cilin gjej rastin ta falenderoj sot, përpjekja e nisur nga Qendra për Studimin e Demokracisë me vitin 99, u krijua mundësia që rrjeti Seldit funksionojë mbi bazë një strategjie të përbashkët dhe një agjende të dakordsuar të veprimtarisë së vet, me objektiv dhënien e kontributeve për një shoqëri civile më dinamike në rajon, për rritjen e pjesëmarrjes së qytetarëve në qeverisje, si dhe
an agenda and they are included in decision making with regard to development policies in the field of anti-corruption and good governance. The activity of the CLD is focused on three main areas: the development of coalition and a strategy and anti-corruption agenda at the regional level, monitoring of governance, and the awareness raising information for each country. I would like to mention Seldi because maybe some people are not informed on this basis. The organizations, members of Seldi, have undertaken periodic biannual measurements of public perception of level of corruption in their countries, and identification of risk areas in local and central government at the regional level and the countries, elaboration of matters and institutional matters, and formulation of policies that they should be reviewed. The common thing in of the network study in that activity has been the convention that the success of this fight depends on the reforming process in public administration and justice system, the mobilization of civil society, mass media, and community of business. And even though there are achievements, we must note that all of the factors and actors included have encountered sophisticated forms of corruption manifestation and of course efforts to change the regulatory framework in a protective shell for political corruption and oligarchic interests through the phenomenon of so-called tailor-made laws. By threatening competition and having impact of business lobbies in regulatory agencies. And to discuss on these achievements and these challenges, we are together in this forum, considering this opportunity where the members of the study panel will share their experience and findings with developers and implementers of public policy, representatives of law enforcement agencies, activists of civil society, and academia and mass media representatives who will provide their overview on and experiences on the imperative need to end impunity among and cultivation of the culture of integrity and accountability among the elected and appointed officials in public and political functions. Together, we will look at the challenges and achievements in the relevant countries in the framework of EU integration processes. Ladies and gentlemen, we, as you are very well we just got the invitation to present our negotiating position on the clusters of fundamental, and of course this makes everybody understand and makes everybody proud. In order to overcome the issues of the countries that are not just here, and considering this and not as a political benefit for the country, but as a very important step forward for the country to reflect and to find the best way forward. In this way, European integration will be a public good for the benefit of all Albanian citizens as a logical maturity result. Even though, in addition to the problems that we have and the issues that we have, we are here to identify the support further for the Seldi network and the steps through the strengthening of the relevant actors and bridging among the actors, and of course to increase cooperation against corruption at the regional level. Understanding that leadership and political will are fundamental not only to undertake the relevant policies against corruption, but first of all, of course, to support institutionally without reservation their implementation. I would like to invite the Speaker of Parliament, Madam Spirapadi, for her remarks. Thank you very much, Mr. Preci. Honored Mr. Ambassador Gonzato, honored Mr. Domani, honored members of parliament, Davako and Kolishi, honored activists of the civil society, of the Seldi network, experts, friends and guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy that we are all here together. Thank you for giving us the opportunity and the pleasure to exchange ideas, to better understand and more clearly understand what sometimes we forget in our daily work, the galloping space of change. And this change that under the saying this country cannot be done seemed impossible. It is not true that it cannot be done. This country can be done. Last night, support staff from the parliament gave me the most unpleasant gift that I got. A piece of wood within a glass frame. Then the piece of wood was basically the leg of a chair that an exponent of the opposition threw at me. As the person, I have forgiven them. As a politician, I must say a few words. Why this wilderness? Why in the place where dialogue and reason should dominate, we call on violence? We do not have the possibility or the time to look at all of the reasons, but I can only give you one of them. That which is related with, however prosaic it may seem, the balancing role of the judiciary. It happened here, where the general prosecutors of this country were seen as subordinate. They were treated as as enemies. This was happened when the judiciary got orders and behaved as a despot against the law, responsible only to a certain number of people in the politics against which they couldn't do anything, let alone think that they could investigate them. After many efforts, with many dilemmas and difficulties among belief and disappointment, hope, and we can say that no one in politics today is immune. No one has amnesty. There is no bunker that will save them from the past, and they will face, of course, justice anytime that is needed. There is a perception of the public regarding the metastasis of corruption in the society. There is a consensus of the society that looks at the fight against corruption as one of the most serious challenges that we have today. President Biden considered corruption even in allied US countries, including Albania here, as a threat to the national security of the United States itself. And that stands true. The corruption is an addressed wound because it is infinite, just Archimedes' screw. However, it does not raise the water up, but it destroys our future. I'd like to thank the new justice bodies and judiciary bodies, which progressively and safely, and maybe not always at the right pace, but always on the right side of history, have been able to move the waters away from the tradition of impunity. Sooner or later, the entire horde of evil without color or multicolor will go through the gates of St. Peter to show the banks whether off and where their stolen money is, whether offshore or onshore. Their aim is not the first goal or the last aim, but I believe that the punishment of the corrupted is something that the public deserves. There is a relation between reasonable doubt and the verification of it by the court and the proving the court beyond any reasonable doubt. There is also a right ratio of the presumption of innocence. I do not believe that anybody believed other Netherlands that believe that it would be better to have 99 guilty staying outside the prisons than one innocent being imprisoned. We have gone through more reforms and deepening the reforms, the anti-corruption agenda for Albania 2030 in order to ensure that the reforms are not undone, and we will identify what the parliament can do better to assist the new institution and never intervene in their work. In this context, we are fully aware that this is part of the political philosophy that leads us in parliament, that no sacrifice is too much, no act will be left aside to guarantee the highest European standard justice for Albanian citizens as one of the right paths towards EU integration. And I'd like to find here, I'd like to avail myself of the situation here to thank the leaders of the institution, which regardless of accusations, allegations, and attacks, stand fast doing their work without any political influence. The work of the special committees, ad hoc committees, and we have two ongoing right now, is considered an added value, the same as the standing committees and the National Integration Council to support integration processes, the good governance, rule of law, and fight against corruption reforms, which are duties and to transform the country and not just homework for the process of European integration. The prevention of corruption is also an integral part of the legislative process. The Parliament will soon start the application of the ex ante legislative review and also the corruption proofing processes before legislation is adopted. These practices will not only help in the improvement of the legislative process and also the improvement of positive effects in the lives of the country, but will give lawmakers with more instruments, more tools, more knowledge, and know how to prevent and fight corruption. This is a mission that even though it requires alliance with many stakeholders and political factors and public factors for a safe and a certain work, including here civil society. As Speaker of the Parliament, I have promised and I will be committed to support either politically and parliamentary the independent institutions with regard to their contribution in the fight against corruption and impunity, the intervention of parliamentary or executive in the judiciary institutions and in the public and independent institutions will be avoided because they are a remnant of the past. The support of European unions, United States, and international partners is required and a guarantee of success for tomorrow. I have tried to attract the opposition in this work. I've found understanding in this diplomacy. Nobody from the opposition is against in this, but unfortunately, the political agenda and the erroneous political strategy of the few is aligning the opposition on the wrong side of things. I will keep the frame with the leg chair in my office for some time, and then I'll take it at home to keep it as a bad omen or a good lesson that shows that violence is always punishable in any shape, even with the strength of the vote or in brutality of the fire that we saw recently in Parliament. The fight of chairs on behalf of the chair of the power is only one of the ugly manifestations of violence that we must overcome. Lastly, allow me to thank the organizers of this forum, Mr. Preci and everybody else, for the continuous effort over the last few decades to raise awareness among public and mobilize civil society to increase the participation of citizens in governance, to strengthen the control over the elected and public officials of all levels. I must also express my deepest gratitude for the support of our friends and partners, the member states of the European Union, the United States partners, and the UK for supporting the government, the parliament, and the country. The participation of Seldi here and anti-corruption agencies from the Western Balkan countries is another testimonial that the challenges for the strengthening of the rule of law and building trust and confidence of citizens toward democratic approaches are not singular but common. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spiropoulos. Your Excellency, Ambassador Gonzato.
Thank you, Mr. Preci. And dear Madam Speaker, dear Mr. Doumani, dear Minister, dear participants, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important regional forum, because fighting corruption is essential, strengthening the rule of law, and a key priority for countries undergoing the EU accession process. And there is a lot at stake in our societies. Corruption poses a threat to security with its ties to criminal activities. It fosters injustice, widens inequalities, undermines trust in state institutions, and damages the business climate. Corruption dents integrity and the morale of people. As you were saying, Mr. Preci, I think many reasons why young people leave a country is also because they don't trust institutions and don't feel that they stand a chance to make it and be successful in their lives. Corruption also leads to financial losses of many billions of euros annually across the European continent. So the fight against corruption must be built on a solid foundation. And in that respect, we will discuss today how to monitor and improve some of the fundamental safeguards against corruption, such as the separation of powers, the independence and efficiency of the judiciary and law enforcement agencies, the integrity of public officials, and the effectiveness of regulatory and oversight bodies. Meanwhile, curbing corruption is a complex and challenging task that requires a comprehensive approach and an active involvement of all stakeholders. And let me say on the outset that a thriving, independent, and empowered civil society, enabled to engage in a constructive dialogue with public institutions and businesses, is a critical element in this respect. Therefore, it is important to ensure that civil society representatives are actively involved and effectively consulted in shaping and monitoring anti-corruption policies and initiatives, such as an anti-corruption strategy and institutional sector-based risk assessments and integrity plans. In our cooperation programs, we support building capacities and mobilizing civil society for their contributions to be robust and efficient. While the Western Balkan countries are gearing up towards EU accession, the occurrence and perception of corruption remains, unfortunately, generally high and above EU average. With this in mind, we now put an even stronger focus on ensuring that anti-corruption efforts are integrated in all negotiating chapters, starting from high-risk sectors. And importantly, tangible results in reducing corruption is a key requirement for moving forward in the EU integration process. Countries in the Western Balkans must continue to address corruption with determination through concrete actions. This includes strengthening legal and institutional frameworks, improving resources, and building robust national integrity systems. Anti-corruption efforts must be visible and consistent and cover prevention, law enforcement, and prosecution. For instance, in Albania, we expect the government's work on the new anti-corruption strategy for 2024-2030 to be soon completed and adopted. And after the adoption, we need a full implementation of the strategy, especially in the high-risk sectors like cadastre, tax administration, customs, public procurement, education, and health. Recently, Albania's parliament created a special committee with a declared aim of advancing reforms in good governance, anti-corruption, and rule of law. This offers an opportunity, which I hope will be taken, to amplify in particular corruption prevention efforts involving a wide range of stakeholders and experts, because this is a nationwide effort, while building on the irreversible achievements of the justice and other reforms. While different measures are designed, it's equally important for all partners in the region to avoid actions that undermine anti-corruption efforts. For example, weakening transparency in public procurement, adopting tailor-made legal acts to circumvent standard procedures, or limiting the mandates of independent anti-corruption bodies could seriously hinder progress. Combating corruption will always face resistance from those who benefit from its existence, which is why a strong and consistent political will is essential. In the enlargement countries, elements of state capture persist, and we're now analyzing how this manifests itself and impedes on the rule of law across the Western Balkan countries. I'm confident that the participants will address this topic extensively today. These discussions may also feed into similar debates we are currently holding in the EU. As you may know, the European Commission has prepared an anti-corruption package, including a proposal for a directive to combat corruption in the EU. This proposal primarily aims to strengthen the criminalization of corruption and harmonize penalties across the EU member states. The existing accession mechanisms, such as country reports and rule of law roadmaps, offer a framework for evaluating national anti-corruption efforts. Starting this year, Albania, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Montenegro were also included in the EU rule of law reports, putting them on a par with the EU member states early on, helping them identify and address problems before these problems become entrenched. Furthermore, the EU's new growth plan for the Western Balkans offers new opportunities to reinforce and accelerate anti-corruption efforts. This plan includes up to 6 billion euros in loans and grants with access to some EU membership benefits, such as the single market, but these funds are contingent on implementing key reforms. And a dialogue has been conducted with the Western Balkan partners to define the areas of reform where progress will be measured. The EU remains committed to supporting anti-corruption efforts in the Western Balkans, working closely with regional partners, international stakeholders, and civil society. And this also translates into significant financial and technical support by sharing EU expertise and best practices. One of the EU-supported events is precisely this one. And I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this event and for giving us the opportunity to discuss these important topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
I would now like to invite Mr. Domani, the head of SPAC, for his word.
And there was a
Your Honor, Speaker of Parliament, Your Excellency, Ambassador of the EU, dear Mr. Preci, dear organizers, participants, invitees, and guests from countries of the region. Thank you so very much for giving me the opportunity to talk here in front of you on behalf of SPAC in this forum, which addresses one of the main challenges in our countries, the fight against corruption and state capture. by focusing on the progress towards EU accession of Western Balkan countries. This civil society forum bears witness to the importance and significance of the fight against corruption in public institutions and the joint commitment and engagement that we should have with civil society and the business community to strengthen the rule of law and establish efficient mechanism to put a stop to corruption and organized crime as necessary for accession in the EU. To be successful in the fight against corruption from a criminal point of view, as in prosecution and conviction, I believe that it is absolutely important to have certain means or instruments, if you like. The majority of Western Balkan countries have understood this, and more or less all countries are on the same page. Some have created some special anti-corruption bodies, like a special prosecution office, anti-corruption or anti-organized crime in the majority of the countries of the region, despite the way how exactly they are organized or work, because they differ from one country to another. But these types of special structures do exist in North Macedonia, in the Republic of Kosovo, in Montenegro, and in other countries. Therefore, this is the first element, we believe, and time has proven us right, that this is the very first important element that these countries need to have so that we can be successful in the fight against corruption and organized crime from a criminal point of view, as in fighting these phenomena. And other than these structures like SPAC in Albania, it is, of course, absolutely necessary to have very good legislation in place. We in Albania, yes, we do have good legislation in place when it comes to prosecution, our criminal procedure code, criminal code, or other laws which help us in terms of prosecution. In addition, we also have constitutional safeguards, guarantees, legal guarantees, so that SPAC can independently and free of any influence be able to do its job. And I mean independence from other powers, but also internal independence. And that is the independence of the prosecutors in charge of their cases in terms of the prosecution, and independence from the head of prosecution or other structures. Another factor, very important factor, which does have an impact on prosecution in fighting organized crime and corruption, is to have the appropriate infrastructure in place, investing in technology, in all of the IT tools and equipments, as well as investigative techniques. Crime evolves. The way it shows itself is perhaps different as to what it was, say, 5 years ago. And we need to adopt our work to the same level of sophistication as of organized crime. And this obliges us to undertake investigations by improving technology and with all the appropriate IT tools, with all the investigative techniques we need. And we at SPAC have really tried to do our best. We've also invested in this regard, and it is thanks to this investment that the results are tangible in the fight against corruption and organized crime. At the present moment, SPAC can be called a consolidated body because we now have the full organigram, the adopted organigram, that is the 20 prosecutors, 60 NBI, National Bureau of Investigation investigators. We also have financial investigators, the expertise section, the administrative staff, and we also have the national nucleus for interceptions. And that, of course, does play a very important role too in us achieving the results we want in our investigations. Another priority of the Special Prosecution Office against Corruption is international cooperation in relation to the extent of organized crime and corruption, because it's not just about corruption, because quite a lot of the income that is generated by criminals are then sent abroad outside Albania. And it's an absolute necessity for us to cooperate with international partners. And SPAC has focused on international partners and cooperation with our partners. And it is with pleasure that we can say that we have built constructive cooperation in place, very constructive with partners, counterparts, both in the region, in the EU and in the region. Of course, we've had very good cooperation with our counterpart in North Macedonia, Montenegro, in Kosovo. And this cooperation has obviously meant that we've also had joint investigative teams. And we have 35, SPAC has 35 joint investigative teams with EU member states and non-EU member states. That means Western Balkan countries, as well as further afield than the European Union and Europe as a continent. We've also exchanged information with our partners in real time, because investigation means obtaining information in real time, because the dynamic of an investigation is such that a delay in receiving information can harm the investigation process. Another priority, essential priority for SPAC, and I did mention it earlier, is institutional independence. Allow me to bring to your attention the constitutional safeguards and legal mechanisms that ensure these independence, but also the work we have done so far, so that the work that we do is of such a nature that the prosecutors can actually do their work free of any influence, calm, without any influence from other powers, from organized crime, and their single aim being, yes, following the money, following the proof, following the evidence, so that we are able to put together a very appropriate charge for the courts. And when it comes to the results of SPAC, what I can say here today is that in December, we will be 5 years old. So 5 years from the beginning, very beginning of our work. And in these past 5 years, we can clearly see that SPAC does have the capacities, the skills to undertake prosecutions against the various subjects, despite of their political or public profile, as well as against any high-level profiles of organized crime. If one were to look at the diversity of subjects that we were able to charge, are investigating, or have completed our decision-making, that clearly shows that we see high-level public officials, such as former ministers, former deputy prime minister, MPs, judges of Constitutional Court of High Court, judges from courts of appeals, judges at all levels, in the public administration, high levels of public officials, senior police officers, mayors, former mayors. So this needs to be seen as an indicator, as a sign that the Special Prosecution Office is maturing and is absolutely capable, not only in terms of using the investigative technical means, but also we have the skills so that we can actually take the charge to the court, and the court to be able to sentence these individuals as guilty, find them guilty, and convict them appropriately. In relation to organized crime, we have had tangible results in the past few years by prosecuting individuals who, up until a few, I don't know, weeks or months ago, this was totally inconceivable, but this has been made possible by the very good cooperation with our international partners and counterparts. In terms of our work, we've also looked at the assets of criminals, and thanks to the very good legislation we have in Albania, we have been able to seize and confiscate as proceeds of crime, or as proceeds originating from crime, considerable amounts of money, up to 150 million euros, and the diversity of these assets that have been seized and confiscated is really, really high. I speak of seized and confiscated assets, meaning that these are assets that come as the, from organized crime, but also from corruption, both of them. Nonetheless, the fight against corruption and organized crime is not simply an institutional challenge of SPAC alone. It requires strong cooperation and involvement not only of public institutions, but society at large. And in this regard, cooperating with civil society is absolutely important for SPAC because civil society plays a fundamental role in monitoring the work of our institutions by providing their own assessment, first of all, an impartial point of view for the impact of our work and actions, and therefore, as bringing added value to the work we do. The assessments of civil society can identify weaknesses that we sometimes cannot see and can provide recommendations for us to improve our work. In addition, civil society is a very important partner in explaining phenomena that relate to anti-corruption or the fight against the organized crime to the public. And because these are very complex, that take place in a complicated and in an invisible manner. And through these analysis and public awareness, civil society brings them to the attention, making them more comprehensible for the society and providing zero tolerance for them. Another important domain is the fight against money laundering. SPAC considers this as one of its main priorities, and cooperating with civil society actors is important to ensure that any illicit money does not filter through. And therefore, the specialized assessments provided by non-governmental organizations and independent institutions are a very good source for us to understand what is happening in terms of money laundering and how to fight it appropriately. A key element is also the irreplaceable role that civil society can also play in protecting and defending independent institutions in the public, vis-à-vis political actors or any others. Institutional independence is one of the main preconditions for a fair and effective justice. But this independence is not given once and be kept like that. We must safeguard it, and civil society, with its critical voice and role, has a huge responsibility to ensure that law enforcement agencies like SPAC can be protected from any elements that violate our independence through transparency, regular monitoring, and joint efforts to raise awareness in the public so that the public itself can further support independent institutions, therefore making us stronger together. Allow me in the end to say that SPAC remains committed to continue its work and to continue to have the highest possible ethical and professional standards in the fight against organized crime and corruption. We are absolutely convinced that SPAC we will continue to fight these negative phenomena which undermine the progress of our societies. But as I reiterated, this fight cannot be won by institutions alone. It requires extensive commitment by the whole of society, civil society in particular. Thank you very much for your participation, your engagement in the fight for a fairer and a better society. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Doumani. Allow me to thank Ms. Spiropali on your behalf for her staunch will in the fight against corruption, the ambassador, for the consistent support given to state and non-state institutions, and Mr. Doumani for the serious institutional commitment by inviting other public institutions and civil society organizations to be part of the work and the fight against corruption. Thank you.
Good morning, esteemed panelists and guests, both online and in person. My name is Brunilda Costa, and I'll be the moderator of this first panel discussion, which will be on enhancing institutional competencies and capacities of state agencies for combating corruption in the Western Balkan countries. Before we begin, just some housekeeping rules. This event will have 3 panel discussion. This is the first one. Each of the esteemed panelists has around 15 minutes to address their remarks, and then we will open for Q&A. And I'm looking forward for an active discussion and conversation with all of you. Corruption remains a significant challenge in the region, and its impact on governance, public trust, and economic development has been well documented. In the Western Balkans, efforts to tackle this phenomenon are deeply linked with a broader process of strengthening institutions, improving transparency, and aligning with the European Union standards. Besides strategic efforts of addressing corruption, this phenomenon still remain prevalent across the Western Balkan countries. And I would like to highlight some of the Seldi corruption monitoring system reports on this issue. Seldi corruption monitoring report has been supplying data over the last couple of 24 years, and its latest findings show that achievement in the control of corruption has been disappointing. The progress in reducing corruption in the public services has been uneven, with rates of involvement in petty corruption starting from 10% to 40%. Citizens' experience shows that bribing is mostly required from public officials. And for most of the countries in the region, involvement in corruption has been somehow declined since the 20s. This, however, is not a stable trend, but a series of short-term actions that the government has been undertaking, implying that the anti-corruption policies in the region do not tend to produce significant and sustainable effect. To talk more about this, this panel brings today great experts and leaders who bring wealth of knowledge and experience in the role that the governments and state agencies play in curbing corruption in an effective way. We will explore how institutions are building their capacities in tackling corruption, what are the main challenges they are facing along the process, and what are some innovative approaches that these agencies could use in effectively curbing corruption, starting from petty corruption to state capture. Before we begin, let me briefly introduce our esteemed panelists. It is with great pleasure to have with us today Ms. Adea Pirdeni, Minister of State for Public Administration and Anti-Corruption in Albania. Thank you for coming. We have today with us online Ms. Valentina Superti, Director at the Directorate General for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations for the Western Balkan countries in the European Commission. Welcome. It is with great pleasure to have Ms. Yorida Tabaku, member of the Albanian Parliament and chair of the EU Integration Committee in Albania. Thank you, Ms. Tabaku. We have Mr. Dusan Dragic, director of the Agency for the Prevention of Corruption from Montenegro. We have Mr. Altin Ademi, great representative of the civil society organization from Kosovo called Çohu. And last but not least, Mr. Yul Buleshkai, Director of the Agency for Prevention of Corruption in Kosovo. Now I would like to give the floor to the Minister, Adea Pirdeni, Minister of State for Public Administration and Anti-Corruption in Albania, for her remarks. As a minister responsible for public administration and anti-corruption, a draft intersectoral strategy has been developed for 2024-2030, which aim for public institutions to operate with high standards of integrity, transparency, and accountability while providing efficient services to citizens. How do you plan and ensure that this version is effectively implemented across all the sectors, and what specific measures will be taken to monitor progress and address potential challenges? Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning to everyone. Honorable Mrs. Tabako, honorable panel members, I have the special pleasure today to be amongst you, thanks to the invitation of Acer, not necessarily and only to return the favor and respect that the Institute has always flattered us with in all these meetings, that we coordinate the joint processes in the fight against corruption, but above all, to be closer to a debate that brings together not only state actors as well as non-state actors that are daily involved in the fight against corruption. That's why I want to initiate by special thanks to Albanian Center of Economic Research and the donors and supporters of this event, such as the EU, given that such events not only add to the echo and the need to better address joint efforts in the fight against corruption, but offer a different optics of the whole range of issues to be part of our daily work, and truly are. I'd also like to build on a positive note, considering that yesterday the Council of Ministers did approve the negotiating position of Albania for the first cluster of the negotiations, namely the fundamentals, a process that did commence almost 1 year ago by the drafting of two key or core leading documents that were the initiating pickets of this cluster, namely the roadmap to the rule of law and on the public administration reform. And the rule of law document is the one that was continuously appreciated by experts of the European Commission by living up to the requests and challenges related not only but also with the fight against corruption. That's why we think that all of the process advancement and the submission of the letter that announces the negotiating position of Albania by the EU Hungarian presidency is a clear testimony of the will of all the EU member states, showing that such documents, planning documents under the rule of law chapter are not only realistic but also ambitious, sufficiently ambitious to respond to the needs of the negotiation process. And that's why I think that it's a very good moment not only to recognize the merits of all those institutions and parties that has helped Albania advance in this negotiation process, naming all the relevant institutions in the fight against corruption, not only the ones involved into the corruption punishment that has played an essential role in advancing this agenda. We had Mr. Dumani here in the previous panel, but I want to highlight that Albania is appreciated and assessed by the EU by the preventive mechanisms of anti-corruption and all the institutional framework, including the state minister that's newly appointed or established institution to prioritize this fight against corruption as a major challenge and priority. And I can't skip without mentioning the contribution of all the other preventive institutions, such as the Hidachi, the Commission on the Right of Information, and all the institutions that are responsible for the preventive mechanisms, including the auditing structures that plays another key role in fulfilling the institutional framework. Considering that Albania did approve by December 13th of 2023 the roadmap on the rule of law, this document was our core document upon which we have been working all along this year to draft the new strategy of anti-corruption 2024-2030. As mentioned by the EU ambassador, this is the key document leading all our joint efforts in the fight against corruption. It is a document, an output of the contribution of all the responsible institutions, including the ones involved in the preventive measures, the institutions on the corruption punishment, as well as institutions responsible for the awareness against corruption. What I want to mention herein is that besides the fact that the process did start at the beginning of this year, and along the way, we have been dealing with and exhausted all the public consultations, starting in July and is going on as we speak. It has been published in our website for public consultations, and I avail myself of this opportunity to thank all the contributors that have offered comments, suggestions on each of the measures and objectives that were provided for in the strategy. And we have had the opportunity to exchange with different social groups, starting with the business community, civil society, the academia, as well as the media. It means that we've had the chance to bring together and collect the perspectives and feedback of all the social groups in order to have a 360 view and assessment of all the issues and topics needed to be reviewed. And certainly this process calls for a prioritization. And under this strategy, the key priorities dwell on 4 such aspects. First, this strategy for the first time will have a sectorial perspective all along these years. As assessed by the Greco reports, Albania has established an institutional integrity framework that is solid, and every ministry does have such a plan on integrity. They're all published in the relevant websites. Proper corruption risk assessment documents per se, it's not an easy process, at least in the beginning, and I want to highlight that, given that in very many instances, such as ministries, the corruption risk might not be that evident, but often we did face responses that we don't think that there are risks posed to our institutions. And then by dwelling and sitting on the situation and how this strategy on risk assessment does identify the risk, what are those business flows and business processes that do have are accompanied with high or medium risk, we have increased our efforts there, and we are enthusiastic that in the 6 biannual reports, all the institutions do withhold and really do their best, respecting the rules, procedures in addressing those risks. And based on this horizontal approach, we have now switched to a proper sectorial approach. In the last 2.5 years, the General Directorate of Anti-Corruption has collected 1,200 complaints, which enabled it to identify the incident trends related to institutional insufficiency that sometimes could be interpreted or build the perception that there is corruption. There are typical cases when the majority of the complaints do say that this decision-making is being delayed. That's why I think that herein there is something fishy. And based on what we have observed, trying to address it in the strategy, are the systematic problematics through systematic or systemic measures. The purpose and goal of government is not to punish individuals, given that we have law enforcement agencies to do that, and namely prosecution and courts. But it's up to the government to render measures of the systemic nature in vulnerable sectors. And to this end, the focus of our new strategy is based on those strategies identified as susceptible to corruption, namely the property, the taxes and customs, namely public revenues per se, the health sector, education, and public procurement as a whole, even though the advancements being held there, thanks to the technological development in the procurement sector, nevertheless, they call for sharp interventions that are to be applied thanks to the AI instruments. This new focus of the strategy enables us to be able to guide in those sectors or spheres that call for much more interventions than the others. A parallel process is being developed that is foreseen or considered as one of the priority is the re-engineering of the public services. We do offer 95% of the public services online. And certainly, all along this time, based on the user satisfaction survey, they do tell that there is an increase in this rate, and as well as challenges in certain sectors of service provision. What we do think as of now is the intensification of our efforts that have been going on for the 1.5 years for intensifying those services in the back office. The administrative processes, they need to be kind of dwindled in time and shortened in time, and all of the process of the analysis when it comes to the regulation of the legislative and decision-making process to be accompanied with a sharp impact vis-à-vis the citizens in helping receive the services as soon as possible. A key element that has been provided expressly in the strategy is the approach we have under the Ministry of Education to inject anti-corruption classes and ethics classes in the early phases of pre-universities, such as the ethics, integrity topics adopted to the age group, as well as all in line with the pedagogical principles of offering information in such a way that is more tangible and understandable from different age groups. We think that regardless of the approach and the activities we conduct, at least based on my experience of 3.5 years in the anti-corruption portfolio, all these awareness activities cannot be impactful and tangibly impactful if we do not target substantially anti-corruption education at our schools. That's why, together with the Ministry of Education, by July, we initiated an analysis of the whole pre-university curricula, and by the end of the year, we'll have such analysis report that by 2025, a year that the Ministry of Education plans to hold the review of all the curricular plan. So these topics of anti-corruption to be involved not only in the classical topics of civic education, but also in other subjects by using innovative methodologies of learning. I also want to mention that for the first time, the strategy includes the strategy of the fight against corruption with the private sector. We have undertaken a series of legal initiatives in line with the negotiation process and based on the agenda reform of the EU for the growth plan, but large part of them is being guided by the roadmap of the rule of law. And in this ways, we need to have a more intensive partnership with the private sector, and the business sector likewise needs to be organized in line with all of the standards to safeguard integrity. And we, on the other side, need to reshape and remodel our structures of public administration, such as that on procurement, public procurement, to facilitate those operators that apply such integrity check mechanisms. And herein, we're not alone. We're very happy to have the partnership of a large part of the CSOs community and international community that we have them present here in this morning, and I want to thank them. They have been always there, constantly involved with the private sector as well, to build up a resistance block against corruption. Without further ado, I'd like to also conclude my speech by a last demand or request to all of my colleagues that have inputs to share, additional inputs to share for the anti-corruption strategy, for the action plan, and any other aspect that relates to the indicators passport, because as you mentioned, the key element of the strategy is the way how we measure our progress. We have tried to place measurable indicators that are not only aligned to the national levels or measurement units, as well as the international ones. And we have tried all along this process to use measurable indicators based on the data collected objectively, both from the Albanian public institutions as well as foreign monitoring institutions in the fight against corruption, such as Greco's. In line with the above, I'd like to also mention, last but not least, the work that we are doing to strengthen the public administration capacities, and not accidentally the position I represent as a state minister is trying to bring up the synergy within all the aspects of anti-corruption under the reform of public administration, because by increasing the salary and injecting motivational inputs in the public administration, our focus remains on the objective performance through a metric system that is clear, key performance indicators that will bring to the fore not only the institutional performance, which will help us to be better measuring this performance, and thus adding up and upgrading the accountability towards the key institution and guaranteeing that every public official is feeling safe when exercises his or her duties, and the public official at any time to be always inclined to stand up to any kind of illegal activity.
Dini, for your comprehensive description of all efforts and initiatives undertaken in curbing corruption. And I'm really happy to hear that the private sector is becoming a crucial actor in addressing corruption. And we as civil society organization looking forward to monitor the results, concrete results and indicators based on specific sectors of the economy. Thank you. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Valentina Superti, who is attending online. She is the director of the Directorate General for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations for the Western Balkan in the European Commission. Welcome, and the floor is yours for your remarks.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you, excellencies, guests, all of you, and thank you for your invitation to intervene at your policy forum on behalf of the European Commission. Yeah, I'm sorry I cannot be with you in Tirana, but we are on standby for the preparations for the new institutional cycle, so we cannot travel for the moment. That being said, thank you again, and let me start by recalling the policy framework that we are operating in, which is the EU enlargement. Which is more than ever our policy priority for the moment. As you have seen, we have now a fully dedicated, we will have now, as of the new commission, a fully dedicated commissioner for enlargement, which in itself is a sign of what we usually qualify as the new momentum in terms of the accession ambitions, in particular of the Western Balkans. Now, not only the Western Balkans, but also the Western Balkans. And let me underline that the European Commission has been a consistent advocate of an enlargement policy, which is based on clear standards, with the fundamentals, so we call them the fundamentals at its core. And let me also underline that enlargement is and will continue to be a merit-based process, and crucially, the pace of negotiations depends first and foremost on the progress in reforms of the enlargement countries. Incidentally, let me indeed congratulate Albania for now, having met a significant step in the accession process, which will be further finalized in an intergovernmental conference we will be having soon with you. And as such, the fight against corruption is essential to realizing the founding principles of the European project. And these principles, let's remind ourselves the basics, They are enshrined in Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union, and these principles include the respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, and human rights. And these are not only words and statements of intent, they must be reflected in practical policies, practices, behaviors that eventually will benefit all of our citizens. And corruption and governance deficits threaten each of these principles. So when public funds are misused, the rule of law becomes arbitrary. When bribes are solicited for public services, human dignity is compromised. When illicit financial flows taint political financing, democracy is at risk. And when public tenders are manipulated, fairness and equal opportunity vanish. So corruption undermines citizens' trust in government, delivers inferior public services, creates inefficient institutions, and fosters inequality. So ultimately, all citizens bear its cost, and this is what we don't want. So that is precisely why fighting corruption is about building a society and institutions that prioritize the well-being of citizens over private gain, act transparently, and remain accountable to the public. So that said, corruption, if we think of it, also poses structural obstacles to economic growth, an obstacle to fair competition and the functioning market economy. And also corruption adds hidden costs for taxpayers and also businesses. Also, another dimension is that corruption endangers our collective security because it facilitates organized crime, enables criminals to buy information, influence people, and acquire power. So in terms of, if you think of geopolitical uncertainty, it weakens national security and reduces our overall resilience to external threats. So for all these reasons and all these dimensions, the European Union considers the fight against corruption as a fundamental building block of the vision of our society, a society that should be providing its citizens with the highest level of well-being, socio-economic fairness, security, and the full enjoyment of democratic and fundamental rights. And that is also why the European Union dedicates significant financial and human resources and efforts to combat corruption, both within its borders, but also through external actions. Let me zoom now briefly on what we do on this front in the Western Balkans specifically. The fight against corruption and against organized crime remains at the core of our enlargement policy. And as part of our so-called fundamentals cluster, the capacity to demonstrate clear progress in this area largely determines the pace of the accession negotiations overall. So actually, this is also why anti-corruption has been mainstreamed in our revised, so-called revised enlargement methodology. So this is the objective, but we are also doing our best to help the partners, our partners, countries, to tackle these challenges. So let me remind ourselves that through expertise and significant financing, for example, the so-called IPA, I'm sure you know all about our instrument for pre-accession assistance. which is a crucial tool to mobilize technical and financial resources in support of capacity building and reform efforts. Between 21 and 24, we have committed around 800 million euros to our partners in the Western Balkans to support the prevention and the repression of corruption and the fight against organized crime and money laundering. And we are also supporting efforts to achieve as early alignment as possible with the relevant European legislation and standards. And we are also conducting in the review so-called peer review missions with the focus on the fight against corruption, organized crime, and money laundering again. And also we are working with the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, so-called OSCE, to monitor trials of this kind, and with the objective also to identify systemic issues hindering effective prosecution. So, countering criminal infiltration into the legal economy is also essential to promote healthy and sustainable economic development. So this is the growth dimension. And we know that economic operators need predictability, legal certainty, effective and impartial administrations to operate and invest. And I think, and I know that it is no coincidence that steps related to the fight against corruption and organized crime, but also on justice systems and public administration, feature amongst the reforms that are required under the new growth plans reform agendas, which are now, as we speak, being finalized. As you know, we are putting on the table a total envelope of 6 billion reform and growth facility, which is meant overall to boost the socio-economic convergence of the Western Balkans with the EU. It's meant also to accelerate preparations for membership, and all the countries are working on reform agendas, and these reform agendas include across the board concrete commitments to establish a track record in the fight against serious and organized crime, corruption, and money laundering. So, strengthening the rule of law by making institutions transparent, accountable, and efficient is not only a requirement to move forward to the next stages of the EU integration process, but it's also first and foremost a duty towards our citizens across the Western Balkans region. So I'm saying this because this refers, of course, to the vital role that civil society has played, is playing, and will play in identifying and ensuring delivery of the most important reforms that our Western Balkan partners are undertaking in this area. And the expertise and the commitment to driving reforms and building institutions are crucial in creating structures, laws, and practices that are strong enough to resist corruption. And a lot of progress has been made already in reforming the legal frameworks, but there is still a lot that needs to be done. Reforms, especially in integrity, good governance, require, of course, also international support, but also regional ownership to implement and sustain them. Hence, it's clear for us that governance and integrity cannot be achieved without the civil society involvement. EU and civil society must be part of the longer term solution. So cross-border issues also, these are cross-border issues. It's not only one specific country or one specific area. It's a cross-border challenge. And with that in mind, we are strongly supportive of networks like the Seldi network, like your network, which is operating across 14 countries. So we support you. And more generally, the European Union, I'm here to say and to re-say it, is committed to advancing enlargement, and within that broader policy framework in advancing its anti-corruption policies in collaboration with the countries, in collaboration with the civil society organizations across the region. And we need to work very, very closely with all of you. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to reply to any questions that you may have. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Ms. Superti, for your remarks. As a key message is that corruption is a very multifaceted phenomenon and has impact in all layers of the society. So as such, it requires a holistic approach to effectively addressing it. And I'm really happy that civil society should play a key role in this process, especially in the framework of the European Union integration. Thank you. I turn to Ms. Jorida Tabaku, member of the Albanian Parliament and the chair of the European Union Integration Committee. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Brunilda. Honorable participants, I'd also like to speak in Albanian because our Albanian beautiful language has stronger accent to the words, especially on the fight against corruption. First, I want to start with thanking ACER, the Albanian Center for Economic Research, and the partner organizations in the region for bringing us together, presenting us this report of Seldi for the fight against corruption that has always called debates as well as it is going to do so again. Today, this is the fourth time, these 2 weeks, sitting on panel speaking on anti-corruption, which means that already it has turned and become a topic that concerns us all. It's not only related to the EU integration, it's about changing thoroughly the way how the public administration functions, the Albanian politics, as well as the Albanian society. I don't know if Adea, professionally speaking, I am truly respect her, a person that I've highly appreciated and esteemed on her work. I don't know if she has read the report, and even though she has read, she speaks as she speaks, because me as a parliamentary committee chair, I was very much concerned, and I never feel satisfied when I read that Albania again manages to be ranked first in corruption. The report data or findings is concerning. First, 80% of the Albanians, the highest rate ever in the region, are inclined to pay bribes. A tax that I have called the corruption tax. Second, the highest ranking norm, 52% of the Albanian citizens do consider this as normal, even though service provision has gone online by 95%. So we still have a higher number of persons paying bribes or involved in corruption. And thirdly, the most shocking one, almost 1 million transactions, corruptive transactions, have been conducted. Last year, my honorable colleague from Kosovo, Uli, shared this report, this figure, because I didn't recall, because we have to really use Kosovo as a role model. And still, I noticed that Albania is almost there, together with Serbia. So what's the worth of speaking about strategies, curriculums, or learning about corruption at schools, which is not bad, but these are normal activities for an EU country, wherein the fight against corruption is not a national priority as it is in Albania. As Seldi says, Albania suffers from two causes. The internal cause, the second cause is external. The internal causes relate not only to the win of a strong man, to the success of a strong man, it identifies the aggregated power thanks to this system that is established. But on the other side, there exists another shape or form of corruption, namely the state capture. What could we do with all these lectures and curriculums and platforms and manuals on the state capture? Because everyone that hears about corruption, they raise up the red flags. So I want to share two concrete examples. The law of public procurement. After the investigative commission on the incinerators, I drafted a package of 5 articles. Where are these kind of areas to be improved? And then one was on public procurement and concessions. The government, thanks to the majority of votes, they rejected this. And now, in the negotiating position, they said that we are going to change and amend this law according to the EU. Why didn't they do so when I proposed it? But they're going to do that next year, whereas we have a public procurement law that was passed, a transitory, this provision that provides for excluding from the tenders or bids all the IT companies. So certainly there is a big IT tender that is being prepared. So what could we do with these lectures for high schoolers and elementary children when we, as MPs, do pass such laws on investment strategy, protected areas? And do you know what the position paper says? Albania is going to train the members or the administration of the parliament for corruption proofing of the parliament administration. What's wrong with the parliament administration? 4 times I have proposed for the law on strategic investments to stop, and it was the first law that was active for 1 year, and then it was postponed and delayed, and so it has gone on for 10 years. Why doesn't the government stop the effect and impact of this law? So when we speak about the integration and negotiating positions, we need to be realistic and objective. On behalf of the opposition, I held a principled position. And I said that politically we'll be supporting the integration process, because if I was to dwell into the document, the whole document was to be rejected in its content, because it spoke of measures that are totally outside and not pertaining with the Albanian reality, that do not solve the Seldi findings, that is now becoming a national security issue, that is a threat, because the system is built as such that does favor corruption. No matter how much you convert the service provision online, it won't help the situation, because the system has been built as such. And I feel very sorry that is impacting the rate of Albanians leaving Albania. The active labor force has been leaving Albania, as well as into the discouragement, demotivation of the public administration. Thirdly, Albania has been kind of stained, has been the black sheep person, and the EPART funds. And it's not good to speak about it. The ones that have read the EPART report, the Olaf report, and I've been doing that, and I never mentioned that publicly, and I'm doing so today, given that the media is not much present. The report says that the highest corruption level with EU funds outside of EU, 116 million euros. Why didn't the government act that with the money given by EPAR to build up a system, a flawless system? The same happened with the coordination of the EU funds and the other donors at the office of the SASPAG within the Premier's office. So why didn't the government build up a system to prevent this? At least to have a limit, a cap, that yes, we say that this is acceptable, that in this area, let us negotiate, not to stain Albania and blacken Albania's face once again. That's why I say that today we are facing, so that we need to think seriously about the orientation and the roadmap. We have to be plain, speaking about problems, and not to kind of speak about unimportant things at a time when everybody admits that the corruption is at the highest levels. All these elements I did mention because, and wanted to show that corruption, money laundering, and the illegal fluxes of money, and they have grown up to become up to 2.6 of the GDP. This is an alarm bell and they call for reforming the system. There should be another way of doing things, but it all calls for a political will to go against corruption. 17 laws, tailor-made laws, and thanks to state capture, have been passed. This is the shame of our parliament and for the majority of the MPs. And we are to blame for this. And we need to change this. And we can't wait for the integrity plans and the students at our schools and elementary schools. This is up to our politics, and I hope that are there to work in this front, because this is a big burden to coordinate anti-corruption measure within a government that today does not contain any minister that used to be there in 2013, and half of the concessions are investigated for corrupted reasons. We have to, yes, why not approve the EU acquis, starting with the screening of foreign investments to the business climate, in order to improve the private sector environment, but let us uphold and enforce this legislation, because we don't need paperwork speaking about negotiating positions and integrity plans, as long as we will start counting the number and the percentage of online service provision that might reach up to 120%, but at a time when the reality is totally different. I really thank you, and apologies for being too brief and too frank. It's a tough day and a really tight day when it comes to agenda, but I wanted to be here, and I wanted to be out of respect for Mr. Preci.
For your very strong opposition voice, and thank you for backing up all your remarks with evidences and facts. I know you have other commitments, so feel free to leave if you want. Ms. Berdeni, if you would like to have 1 minute, it's okay. If you'd like to respond to any of the points of Mr. Baku. Of course, with the right to reply.
Thank you, Brunilda. Certainly, we believe that it is key to highlight if there has been a process that was so important for us this week was the process for approving the negotiating position. And I feel sorry that that document, which has been consulted with all of the institutions and the relevant instances of the EU, it just minimized, simply put, as a document, as mentioned by Mrs. Tabako, that defines some trainings for the parliament administration, but this is not true. That document contains commitments not only of the government of Albania, but of all of Albania to undertake serious measures that are phased in time, start as of 2024, 25, up to 2030, measures that do refer not only to these matters that relate to the capacity building, because this is the least we could do, but it relates to topics and matters that essentially connect in changing the methodologies, in strengthening the fight and mechanisms against corruption, to give more room to law enforcement agencies, as well as to play and give more room to all these institutions. So these institutions that are not that much prominent, or measures to have a larger and long-term. So speaking of an example, we have started a review process, the process for reviewing the whole. Speaking of the cadastre, which is a high risk, so we've started to review this structure, and we have identified, and we're dealing with those areas that are considered as problematic, not only through our perspective, but also of the international community. And the purpose and the goal is that during this process to be able to minimize as much as possible corruptive space or room for corruption. So we don't aim to take things to the prosecution office unless there are reasonable doubts to take this up with the prosecution, but it is our duty, and we are doing so, to define clear methods of institutional functioning that do build up the necessary basis for minimizing corruptive practices. If there have been cases of public officials that are now subject to the investigation process without any resistance, considering the fact that the justice system established in Albania after the justice reform has been conceived with having this idea in mind, namely to be independent. And all along, we haven't commented on any kind of court decisions or when the prosecution has suspended an investigation, because it is our unwavered position and conviction that we need not to interfere and to influence. So we need to have impartial, independent justice system. What I also want to highlight, last but not least, is the added focus on the public procurement. Certainly, what I believe we have noticed in the assessment done by EU institutions, Albania is a leader in the region when it comes to procurement. Regardless of the flows, now we have the best public procurement system vis-a-vis the other countries of the Western Balkans, and this is worth highlighting. In addition to this, certainly no system is perfect. It means that every such system does call for continuous improvement, and that's why we have engaged with the Italian Anti-Corruption Agency and together with Public Procurement Agency to identify corruption risks that relate to those procedures of the procurement processes that relate to the specific design and up to the guaranteeing the implementation of the contract, be it on procurement as well as on the PPPs. And I think that such mechanisms in time will really address corruption in such a way by being efficient. What have we done with the Anti-Corruption Directorate? Every case has been considered as a practice. If a complaint does pose an individual or isolated case, or if this complaint could be the lead to an institutional practice that is problematic. Certainly, all of the system and the institutional filters in the fight against corruption need improvement. We can't say that Albania today is a perfect country that has really done its homework. If it was so, we wouldn't be here taking commitments vis-a-vis the European partners to uphold the objectives in order to become an EU member, but also to remain true, thanks to the support of all the Albanian citizens that justly claim to have much better standards of service provision, regardless of the progress made recently that has been identified based on the last UN report, where Albania is a leader of the Western Balkans when it comes to service provision, digital service provision, by further improving the digital assistance via the virtual assistant. This goes to highlight the fact that one cannot minimize anyway. So that document, the negotiating position, is an output of all the institutions of the Republic of Albania. It's not only the Albanian government, all the justice institutions have contributed there by their direct commitments, all of the other independent institutions, such as the ones that guarantee the fight against corruption, like Hidachi, the Supreme State Audit, and a series of other institutions. And you cannot minimize their work, considering that saying that this document is not up for an EU aspiring member country. 1 minute, but not as an idea, ADES 1 minute. I want to highlight two things. First, Albania may have a procurement system even before 2013 with a high level of digitalization. What happens today? 1 to 3 tenders is given without competition. 99% is at the limit fund. And this is not my figure. It is a figure coming out from the audit court of the EU. I have a direct proposal. Speaking of this kind of garnish or sporadic things, not essential ones, let us approve together a fiscal code that removes all the emissions Are you okay to remove this kind of tax break for the yacht tax on fuel and give it to the farmers? And the same thing for the small businesses in the tourism. I could vote for that, regardless of the problems we have as an opposition. Are you ready to remove any kind of tax break that favors certain businesses? This is to speak or catch the bull by the horn. Because this is what the report highlights. Everything is garnished. The report speaks of state captures, special tailor-made laws, and some business interests are influencing the policy making. This is dramatic. And the inclination that I see is that other than the fact that the government has reduced by 40%, but probably Mr. Dumani mentioned this, they reduce the complaints by 40% when it comes to corruption. Today, there is a tendency that is happening massively. If we do not like the law, and we think that this law takes us to the court, let us change the law. This is what happened with the law on protected areas. We didn't give any permit for resorts. We gave permits for resorts within the protected areas, but the employees, public administrators were afraid to sign and approve this law in Butrint, in Divjaka. So what did you do? You amended the law. So you approved the law that grants building permits within protected area. But this is terrible. And how could you hamper corruption? Because I'm ready to change the legislation and don't care about the justice system that is reformed, and we support that justice system because I have a clear goal and objective. This is the real risk for Albania. If we want to speak about paperwork, we could speak all day long. I do the same. I produce strategies, work plans, or action plans, and I have given my example. But let us speak frankly to our citizens, because this is the reality. We need to look our face in the mirror. There are 2.4 million Albanians. Majority has left. Let us not speak about the Italian anti-corruption strategy. Let us look into Kosovo's example. So thank you, and apologies for this extra 2.5 minutes.
Bring different perspectives from different actors, and this is becoming very interesting. Thank you, and you have the permission to go. One of the aspects that Seldi Network has been trying to push during the last 20 years is to bring good practices from the region, to bring together different actors and share their good practices. The wheel has been invented, so now it is not our duty to invent a new wheel, but see how can we bring good models, good practices from our peers and implement it. So in this framework, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Dusan Drakic, who is the director of the Agency for Prevention of Corruption in Montenegro, to provide his remarks. I'd like to direct two main questions. The first one is to share some good practices from the agency, challenges that you have been encountered, and how have you overcome these challenges? And the second, from your perspective and experience, how can these agencies in the Western Balkan effectively cooperate to share good practices and see how can we fit in our respective countries? Thank you, and the floor is yours.
So thank you very much, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends. It is my pleasure and special honor to address you as the newly appointed director of the Agency for Prevention of Corruption in Montenegro, and to express my sincere gratitude for this invitation. I will take this opportunity, as you asked me, to briefly present the current situation in the prevention of corruption in Montenegro and the Agency of Prevention of Corruption, the activities we have undertaken in this short period since my appointment, and some basic development, the directions and plans we have. We are all facing with the same challenges in the region and the risk that may undermine our goals and successful work. And unfortunately, these risks have led to almost complete collapse of the system of the prevention of corruption in Montenegro. We are now struggling to rebuild the system to achieve some concrete results and to restore public trust in our work. When we talk about these challenges, lack of clear and comprehensive legislative framework is eminent. The Agency for Prevention of Corruption in Montenegro has existed for 8 years and has a broad range of competencies, including oversight of conflict of interest, verification of asset declaration, whistleblowing protection, financing of political parties, lobbying, and integrity. Despite extensive plans and significant efforts investment, our mission has not been fulfilled to its full capacity, not even close. Largely due to it happens due to the legislative framework that is not sufficiently developed to enable effective implementation of the anti-corruption mechanisms and tools and to enforce adequate and effective sanctions. At this moment, in last 20 days, we have started with a strong initiative for comprehensive legislative reform. We plan to organize a series of roundtable discussions and broad public debate by December to define key aspects of the reform and define answers to some of the questions that we should have in the past. First of all of them is how many public officials that we want to have in Montenegro, to categorize their restrictions and obligations in order to not the same obligations and the restrictions to be implemented for all public officials in the same time. To better define rules on gifts and whistleblowers protection. And also our focus will be on how to ensure the financial and operational independence of the agency. Having this in mind, I strongly believe that the exchange of experience with the colleagues from the region is of key importance for us at this moment, and it is a great importance to use this opportunity to identify best practices we can apply in the region, as well as mistakes we should avoid in this process. Cooperation within the region is crucial in order to put pressure on decision makers and achieve the necessary reforms in the area. Probably the most important precondition to the successful work of the anti-corruption agencies is the competent, impartial, and independent management. In Montenegro, we have established a specific process for their appointment in the agency. Firstly, an independent commission is formed, consisting of representatives from the prosecution, judiciary, ruling and opposition parties in the parliament, and NGO sectors. These 5 members then select the 5 members of the council of the agency for prevention of corruption by majority of 4 votes. And then the council of the agency, they selected director of the agency by, again, the majority of the 4 votes. It is an interesting solution, very strict conditions and reduced space for political influence. Additionally, significant protection is ensured for the director as a key position within the agency, along with the agency's financial independence and stable budget. Unfortunately, what happens in the practice in Montenegro was completely unforeseen and led us to unexpected issues. The former head of the agency, the director of the agency, was without necessary integrity and ethics, which resulted in numerous abuses of position, with many employees suspended from its work without any justification and facing with many suspicion on selective work. Prescribed protected mechanisms for dismissal of director have led us to the fact that it was difficult to dismiss the director who abuses his position for its own benefit. This has happened in the practice, and it is an example how good practice and solutions can be an obstacle for anti-corruption and good governance in the practice. Thirdly, quality and professionally trained staff within the authorities dealing with anti-corruption, their continuous education and expertise are crucial for achieving the outlined goals and results. Unfortunately, hardly any progress has been made in the area in Montenegro for the last 8 years. And it will not be easy to make up for what we have been missed. However, I believe that with the support of our international partners, strongly insisting on close cooperation with and work with the prosecution office in Montenegro, NGO and media, along with effective and transparent work, we believe that it is possible to rebuild our reputation and restore public trust in our institution. In this regard, I would like to thank the Seldi and the ASER for the invitation and for organizing this significant event, and send a strong message that the agency is planning many activities in Montenegro and will take the huge efforts to new partnership and cooperation. Also, I believe that our future cooperation in the region and should contribute to strengthening anti-corruption policies and exchanging the best practices, and thereby enhancing the rule of law and public trust in institutions. Only in this way we can achieve significant results in the fight against corruption and in the fight against this global challenge. Thank you for this attention, and I'm ready for the answers for the questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Drakic, for your remarks. We look forward for the Q&A session at the end and learn more about these good practices. Now, I'd like to give the floor to a representative of the civil society, Mr. Altin Ademi. In this panel, we really wanted another perspective that comes from the CSOs. He is the program manager of the Organization for Democracy, Anti-Corruption and Dignity, TOHO in Kosovo. The floor is yours. And first, I'd like to ask you from the organization experience and perspective, how strong has been the civil society organizations in Kosovo for holding the government accountable and transparent, and what are the challenges, current challenges? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I used to tell Zev that one day we're going to invade you, but he became smart enough as actually to invite us, therefore putting us in a very great depth of getting us all together here to exchange energies and also create new synergies actually on the common path that we have. And it's also very important and interesting for me because I indeed represent organizations that has 20 years of being front, face to face of the corruption and the corruption affairs. We tracked, monitored, kept working in depth, providing data and evidence that even institutions could not provide. So from all this experience, I would, and I mean, it's very interesting to get all these sentiments that we see here, but it reminds me one thing. I mean, back in 70s, Ralph Dahrendorf, a very well-known sociologist and philosopher, went to Nicaragua after the Nicaragua turned to be a communist regime. And he met the Minister of Trade, and he said, how do you think to govern this ideology in a hemisphere surrounded by great democracy like United States? He said, we don't think about that. All what we think is, you see the store below the window? Before we came to power, you could find in the store everything you can find in New York. But out of 100 people, only one could go and buy. The rest could merely stare from the window. Since we came to power, you don't find everything what you have in United States in New York, but everyone can go in and buy. So from our perspective, let's say, we don't want our countries to be poor. We want them to be rich, but also we want our countries to be pure. So not poor, but pure. And obviously, this is not an idyllic perspective that we want for our countries to proceed, but a realistic perspective because I can tell you the current situation I would like to make as a statement is that what we nowadays see is that corruption is getting very, very smart. And in our reading, this is, let's say, what we call a fourth wave of corruption or the complex corruption. And in order to understand better what this fourth wave actually means, I have to go quickly in the last three waves before that. The first one in the last 35 years, we all experienced some change in regimes, economic regimes and political regimes. While the communists were pure in terms like no one could properly criticize them, suddenly we turned to be a democratic societies when we could criticize, or political elites, etc. And then, we discovered just suddenly that there is something called corruption, which is being manifested, especially in the privatization aspect of the public, assets, etc., etc. So that was the very first wave, which was very initial, but it had a strong message to expand its scope in all parts of the society, which actually represents the second wave or the physical corruption. And I call it physical because you could see officials having bright new teeth, having a first taste of champagne, And that was very obvious corruption. Obviously, the institutions, also with the help of European Union and initiatives and United States support, etc., started to build some capacities which actually decrease this physical corruption or visible corruption, but initiated the so-called the third stage, which I would say was the centralized corruption, or symbolically knowing how to knock the right door. And that's where the tenderomania fits. You could find out the right people when you can finish the job. Otherwise, symbolically, from the outside, we had efforts to fight corruption, etc., etc. But if you still would find the right people, you would find your path towards it. And apparently, after the COVID, things have changed again. But what we are currently experiencing and what we see is this the complex corruption or the smart corruption, which goes beyond bribery, goes beyond the ordinary way of life. It is basically surrounded in three components: sources of money, sources of influences, and sources of interests. And identifying what is the source of influence and what is the source of interest is what we see currently as being one of the biggest challenges in really kind of surrounding the corruption or corruption as a sphere. And obviously, we've been supporting also the institutional setup. We're trying to provide in-depth analysis and insights about what we see to be as problematic. And, we cope with institutions because coping with the institutions in the area of anti-corruption agenda is not racing about numbers. It's about getting together in a long journey, because at the end of the day, we hold our countries all together, nevertheless, whether we represent civil society or the institutional sphere. But what's going on, actually, what's been going on to respond to this climate that we find new laws? And it is always good to have new laws. Especially it's good when you have new laws that fill or that speak to the environment. In our Western Balkan countries, I think that we sometimes lacked the concept of mixing or matching the environment with the laws that we were providing. Therefore, we have some cultural doctrines coming in, and then trying to teach the staff and train the people who are going to implement them, not necessarily making a proper choice for the environment when they would be implemented. The second thing is the structures. I mean, we try to write structures, anti-corruption structures. Sometimes when one fails, we add another one in order to make it, another attempt at if the first one failed, let's make something even bigger and even greater. That's why we have procurement, we have, prosecution, basic ones, we have special prosecution units, we have anti-corruption agencies, we have special investigation units within the police, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, every time when trying to address a problem that is not being solved, we had several approaches of making the problem bigger and also adding the structure to be bigger, which not necessarily means to be the choice. So going back and thinking about this last 20 years, what we faced, and which actually imposes us a challenge even today, is like, when exactly did we had the momentum against corruption? Because it's very difficult to tackle. And when addressing that, I mean that such movement is not an event. We cannot, although we are taking part in an event, the event itself speaks about a process, which is not an event, cannot be held as an event. Therefore, an ongoing efforts and, not giving up from this path is the key that we definitely need to stick to it. And when it comes to sticking to it, it's what can we actually do for the institutions, or how can we help them to perform better? Because sometimes the institutions end up being only the people who govern them, and the people who govern them may be very good, and they may have a very good will as well to serve in competence and credibility, but that's only the personal perspective. The institutional perspective that we see, it needs to change and get improved again. Let's say we find out to have so many administrative difficulties. I have a colleague here from the Anti-Corruption Agency of Kosovo. I know that they face, and he can introduce it for himself, but I'm telling you from the perspective what we know that they face as a problematic issues. Like they have a lack of coordination. Sometimes there is a lack of liability. I mean, who are you to invest or to investigate or to represent something at a particular stage? Then we have the legal challenges. As I mentioned, legal challenges, especially in the anti-corruption bodies, have to do with prohibition or the problems that do close the door, not open the door. And what we also see as a very problematic in our region is that we have a sense of law to be very negative. We understand the laws to be simply something that does not allow you to do. I think that one aspect that we should move ahead is to change this mentality of understanding the law. The law is not necessarily what we must not do. The law is also what we must do through it, So this is what we kind of try or what we find very challenging as well in the institutional sphere of Kosovo. How can we make institutions reliable and self-confident that they can take the law and do things because the law allows them to do, not necessarily because the law prohibits them to do. And I understand that reaching to that particular aspect is very challenging. It demands continuous, efforts, but that's the only way to go ahead. And when it comes to the concepts that we live with, chronocapitalism or the kleptocracy or the, clientelism or political patronage, we all face them. We all know how it works, And one challenge that we see that we need to further invest our energies in helping the public institutions to enhance their capacities is like to be their partners in reaching independence. And reaching independence not necessarily means to be independent from. What we want to see our public institutions do in the area of fighting corruption is to be also independent towards, because that's the problem that we definitely face. They are independent because they operate in a separate building and a separate institutional setup by a separate law, but that's only their independence. We want to see them to be independent towards, so that they can really exercise what the law allows towards every particular party who is part of a corruption affairs, etc. And I'm telling you again, I know that it is challenging. It is very challenging because we are speaking about the fourth wave of corruption or the complex corruption, which demands us not only to prevent and detect, but also to deter. And we need to deter it. And doing so, the core message I would like to deliver to you today is like, we need to understand that if in the last 20 years we've been partially or particularly trying to do something good here, something good there, there should be a momentum when we really reach a point when we say, okay, let's be realistic. The corruption, the nowadays corruption, is the corruption has to do with influences, interests, and the source of money, not necessarily what everyone perceives, like, you bribe someone for a ticket and etc. That's a part of a modus operandi that we have seen, let's say, in the second wave, when it was the physical corruption, where you can, pay the police right away and, we can skip it. If we really want to tackle the corruption or the nowadays corruption, we have to understand, we have to find ways and tools how we can address, to track and expose and prevent and deter the interests that are associated with the political elite and the influences that are exercised through the political elite. Otherwise, we all will get stuck in between of the structures and papers, etc. But we need to enlighten also our way of thinking about what kind of disease, because I don't think that it is useless to look for a cure if we don't know the disease. And for us, this complex corruption or the smart corruption is nobody's disease that we really need to have in mind in order to provide solutions and deter it from our mentality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ademi. It really kept my attention that corruption is becoming smart. Now, I'd like to follow up. What are you, as a civil society organization in Kosovo, within the CSOs community, what are you doing to become smarter than corruption and to create tools, smarter tools, to track and to expose it with in front of the wide public?
Let's say, in our experience, we understood that if we allow ourselves to be impacted by corruption, we will never achieve anything. The only way to move ahead is if we start to do things that we will impact the corruption. And in our particular case, we've been able to rise, let's say, an investigative journalism wing that covers the suspicions about the corruption affairs very in depth. And it has proven to be a very successful tool how the civil society can really contribute even to the state institutions or law implementing agencies. We have cases, I mean, we have filed criminal offenses charges towards prime ministers, ministers, deputies, heads of mayors of the municipalities, ambassadors, etc., etc. And I'm telling you that due to our work in the past and the current what we're trying to do, the special prosecution of Kosovo has several cases that is already treating them. And it's been a particular case when you can if you really believe that you are in the right path and that you are doing it for a common ground beneficial, not necessarily for any particular aspect, and that you really want to understand that the corruption, it's not anymore a matter of statistics and a matter of how do we stand how do we position ourselves in life. It has to do with our own really way of life. So I mean, it's impacting our children in the schools or universities or health sector, as the data currently shows from the last year's Seldi supported review. We see that beside the political elite, we have we have data that even the health sector is corrupt, or there is a lot of corruption in the health sector or in education and local government, etc. So creating tools, it depends also from the attributions of the cultural background. But in our particular case, investigative journalism has been a very critical aspect from whom we have excelled our work. And again, the whole idea is that we really need to impact corruption, never let to be impacted by it. And therefore, the matter of tools is something that we also discussed and share among ourselves within the Seldi network. But beside the tools themselves, because we have a responsibility towards the community rather than towards the law, as the respective panels here may particularly have, And having a responsibility towards community means that you can go ahead and try whatever works best to address the particular problem. And this is also where we fit, because sometimes while trying to address what is good for the community, in terms of the corruption purification, we find out that many aspects that the institutional setup should be doing is not necessarily doing. Either lack of resources, either lack of money and sources as well, either the mismatch between what the law says and what the reality requires. So in terms of the tools, there are tools and possibilities to address. But what I'm very delighted to say this is that whatever we've been doing locally have proven to us that not only that we are not sufficient, but that we must excel to go regionally, as we are right now in the Seldi network. And also, not necessarily regional, we have to go also globally, because the type of complex or smart corruption, or the fourth wave of corruption that I call, is something that really exceeds any border or region what we face.
Thank you. Great perspective from the civil society organization, and I'm looking forward to the panel discussion when we have full of civil society organizations. Now, last but not least, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Ül Buleshkai. He is the director of the Agency for Prevention of Corruption in Kosovo. We had a good story from Montenegro. Now, we really would like to hear a good story from Kosovo as well, but as well challenges that learn us how to overcome those challenges, and then see how the agency is cooperating with its peers in the region, but with other actors as well. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. I'd like to thank Zef and Seldi for organizing this wonderful regional, but I'd like to make a formal session here, since everybody has an Altin. Every session has an Altin, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. So we just need to make sure that we distinguish among one another. In respect of the event, I will continue in English.
Your colleague from Montenegro, dear friends, for me, it's both a privilege and a responsibility to be here with you and to be in such events where anti-corruption is discussed. As director of Agency for Prevention of Corruption, the agency that is responsible to oversee implementation of state policy when it comes to anti-corruption in Kosovo, and then to report to the parliament. I stand here and showing my commitment and the commitment of agency and also of Kosovo to go towards, we believe, a joint future, regional future, where integrity is the foundation of government and governance in all the regions. And as it, together, we would be able to serve justice to all our citizens of our respective countries. When it comes to fighting corruption, Kosovo is not only considering it as a political or legal obligation, but also a moral one, especially as we are building a new country. And there are many generations who contributed to this level, and thus we consider it higher than political legal obligation. As Kosovo, we have made steady progress, and we are making steady progress toward fighting corruption. International reports show this progress, but still is much more to be done. Because I think our goal should not be being on the top of the region or top of the neighboring countries, but we should aspire to be in the level of EU, because all our countries are aspiring to be members of EU. I won't follow my speech as I've prepared, because I will try to address more the dynamics that kind of followed from the previous speakers. I think how to say, like, the commitment of countries to fight corruption is showed, first of all, in two measures. One, in aligning the legislation with the best practices and with EU standards, and also Council of Europe standards when it comes to Greco countries and others. And Kosovo has done this at great level in 2021 and 2022, where the laws, including the laws that regulate the mandate of agency, were amended. The second commitment is giving resources that these agencies that are tasked to implement the legislation to have their resources. So I can mention, for example, with the new law on public salaries, the staffers of agency, for example, got double their salaries, which was a clear motivation to do their job better. And I think I can mention that both prosecutors and judges in Kosovo are the best paid in the region, whereas the average salary in public sector in Kosovo is one of the lowest in the region. So this shows, I think, the commitment of the country to tackle this problem that we all have. So I think what is very important for us, but it's important also for other countries in the region, is to support the independence of institutions tasked with fighting corruption. Everyone, even citizens and civil society, we are very happy to have very vibrant civil society in Kosovo. It's one of the, I think it's best organized, maybe because of our near past of 20 years, where international presence was very strong, because their contribution to state policy is very important and is evidence-based, which helps us not to make a lot of mistakes in our own processes, but also their shadow reports also bring us to reality wherever we think that we are in different dimension. What are we doing and how we are thinking to improve or to strengthen our institutional capacity? There are, I think, certain elements that we do in Kosovo. We strengthen oversight bodies. For example, agency with new mandate has new powers. Then we enhance preventive and law enforcement agencies, including police and others, and improve the state of affairs of judiciary, including prosecution. We mentioned the legal background. In the last 2 years, the law for special prosecution of Kosovo was improved. Additional competences were given, and in addition to other resources, including human and financial resources. Going back to the agency, which is easier to mention, from 2022 to 25, we will have about 40% increase of staff, and we have more than double the budget, which is a sign for us to continue our positive work. The other side is that even opposition is supporting these measures. There is no pressure either from position or opposition in our daily work, and I think the work that we do shows our independence more than our legislation. Our criminal reports against current ministers, deputy prime ministers, but also former ministers and deputy ministers shows that the agency is in line with the mandate, and that is preventing and whenever within our mandate forwarding our cases to prosecution for further proceeding. Then there are few key areas that need support if we want to have a real, I think, advancement of agencies. One is to look in the human capital development. We are developing training modules for our new staffers and for the previous ones. We are lucky to have support also from international stakeholders. US Embassy in Kosovo is very active in supporting the agency, but also judiciary and prosecution. EU is very strong with its strong presence, also contributes with capacity building, exchange of experience, etc. In parallel with this, it goes also the modernization of systems and processes. We are adopting technologies and best practices. What can contribute in this sense? We have developed, I think it's one of the few countries in the region that we have developed a reporting tool online, including voice, that works 24/7, that includes also components of artificial intelligence in analyzing information. So the citizens at any time of the day can report whatever they think is not okay with legislation. We do encourage citizens to report anything that they perceive as not correct. Doesn't have to be a criminal violation. It can be administrative violation, which is very important because most of the administrative violations, then the next level is it goes to the criminal violation. And then we analyze and do proper investigation and also if needed, we proceed them to other institutions. And what is very important also for us, but also I think is for agency in Montenegro, but also for Hidachi in Albania and Commission in North Macedonia, etc., is to improve the mechanism of accountability and transparency of public officials. We are implementing mechanisms to hold public officials accountable. We have declaration of assets, which is open for the public. Nowadays it's online and it's easy to do, but also it's easy to analyze. Most of the, the best cases that agency had on the other side shows the importance of media and NGOs. The best of these cases came from civil society and from media, because as Martin mentioned, we work hand in hand because our interest is the same. So in this sense, we use the tools, we try to build capacities. We had results. Results sometimes are not possible to measure with the numbers of criminal reports. Our work should show that there are less criminal reports. And I believe that first, if the corruption is a high level, first you need to have like very high attack on public officials with all the investigation and reporting and stuff like that. But then the second, I think when the results are shown when there are less problems and there is less corruption. So this should not be perceived as negatively. If there are less cases sent to prosecution, it shouldn't be perceived as it is bad. We are doomed as institutions to be blamed like goalkeepers. You know, whenever some goal is scored, we are blamed. But you know, whenever we protect goals, then no one thinks about how many goals we protected. So I think it's quite important to also to list how many goals we didn't let to be scored. And we have to do that together with institutions. Our work, I think, is very important to be also seen in a context, regional and also in the European context. The war in Ukraine influenced us. The political problems and also unsolved issues in the region also impact our work, especially in collaboration with agencies from the region. Agency for Prevention of Kosovo and the Agency for Prevention of Corruption in Serbia have common goal, but we cannot communicate because of other issues. Whereas a huge number of public officials in Kosovo own property and interests in Serbia, for example, or in Montenegro or in Albania. And this regional aspect has to be seen and it has to be worked upon, I think, seriously. Another very, I think, dangerous process that we as agency and also I think prosecution and other agencies, but also regulators, is the influence, foreign influence, both in civil society sector and in media that comes from countries that have malign interest against Western Europe. That in many cases damages the image of institutions and trust of institutions. And then this may also cause kind of lack of collaboration of citizens with us. And lack of collaboration is like the start of fall of I think our work if we don't have. And I think that's what we should work together. We try to work hand in hand with civil society, with media, especially into showing what's important and to also to how to identify corruption and any malpractice at any level. Martin mentioned waves. I think we have traces of different waves in our region. We are not only in the fourth wave. We have traces of all the waves from the very beginning that are already functioning in our countries, and we should our strategies should not forget this. I mean, in Kosovo, organizations such as Chohu, there are Birn, Kerala, and such and other organizations. They are very, how to say, specialized in first doing investigative journalism that helps us to uncover problems, but also into exposing corruption and at a great level to kind of lobby and to advocate for greater openness of governance, which is a huge importance because we believe that the openness of government is in a way is a reducing potential for corruption. I call all the region, same as I call my government and the parliament whenever I address to them, to continue supporting our agencies, to continue giving resources for us to implement our mandate, and also to continue respecting our independence and to continue not trying to use any of our institutions to fight political opponents, which is a problem I think that may become greater anywhere in the world. So once more, I want to thank everyone. I'll be very happy to to answer any.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question. So you mentioned that you are using, the agency is using the technology and AI to increase the efficiency and the effectiveness of the agency, and you are providing space to citizens to, let's say, provide their issues on specific aspects related to corruption. How is the agency making sure to follow up on each of the citizens, let's say, notes on the platform? And do you have any indications about the trust of the public towards this agency?
I mean, it's a bit kind of, I'm in a conflict of interest talking about the trust of public in our agency. It's better to refer maybe to researchers, like there was a research conducted from an independent institution, actually institute in Kosovo, that asked, I think around 1,000 businesses, and our agency was one of the most trusted agency, because we do part of oversight of public tenders. We do monitoring from a perspective of conflict of interest. So that shows, I think, reports. Another tool is reports that are sent to us. It's an increase of reports. First, we don't know whether that's as a result of awareness of citizens about violations or is trust. This can be, I think, interpreted for both sides, but we interpret it as a trust on us, because that's our way of seeing. And then it's Altins and others who can see if it's like as a result of their work to raise awareness of citizens and our work, or it's a trust. So we have an increase of trust. We answer to every report that comes. So that's like our policy. Even before I joined the agency, which is around 3 years ago, but I think it's like answering the report is the first step to building trust. So they know whoever reports, they don't have to show their identity. So if it's an email, they will get an answer back that their case is taken. At the end of the day, whenever the end result we have, we also forward to them the final result of investigation. It doesn't have to be always that's positive. Sometimes it's perceived case. But even if it's sometimes we send case to prosecution, we again inform that the case was forwarded to prosecution because of we found traces that may lead to a criminal violation. So that's like this communication, direct communication, I think helps to kind of raising the trust. On the other side, working closely with civil society is, I think it's the best tool. We know as agency that we cannot be present in all corners of Kosovo. We have huge problems into communication with different communities, especially with marginalized and with minority communities. We have a memorandum of understanding with a number of minority community organizations, and we go and talk to communities. For example, this year we had more than 10 meetings with the Serb community in Kosovo because of the political issues in Kosovo and the mistrust in institutions. We try to build bridges by talking directly to them. I'm lucky on that sense because I'm good also in Serbian, so it's direct contact, I think, helps sometimes. But also, like, civil society sees things that sometimes institutions don't see. I want to mention one case. For example, we have received information from Chohu, from an international problem that our FIU realized only 1 year after we have received information from them. So sometimes, I mean, like, they are more efficient than even institutions that have mandate to trace like money laundering and other misuses because of the vibrant and especially, I mean, like the collaboration that they have with different organizations abroad. It helps us to take some shortcuts that don't risk the investigation, because we never want to take shortcuts that would harm, at the end of the day, our case that goes to prosecution. So I call all the other like sister institutions in the region to collaborate. I'm not sure if the civil society is as specialized as we have a civil society in Kosovo. I said we have at least, I think, 8 to 10 organizations that work on daily basis with prevention of corruption, fighting corruption, and fighting malpractices, which is, I think, a great, how to say, like, great potential. But I call all institutions to use, even if it's one NGO that can do proper anti-corruption work to collaborate, because we are not fighting with one another. I mean, like, there is no civil society that can take the place of agency, or the agency cannot take the place of civil society, but we can help one another to have better results at the end of the day. So,
Thank
sorry,
you
thank
so much. This has been such an insightful discussion, and I'm really, really grateful on behalf of the Albanian Center for Economic Research and Seldi Network. Thank you so much, Ms. Birdini. Thank you, Ms. Tabaku, who is not here, Ms. Superti online, Mr. Drakic, Mr. Buleshkai, and Mr. Ademi for your remarks and experiences you shared with us. I have write down a lot of key takeaways, but I just need to summarize everything in 1 minute because the coffee is waiting for us outside. The main thing in my perspective is stronger interinstitutional cooperation and effective collaboration between civil society organizations, governments, private sector, citizens, and other actors, including academics. Thank you so much. Everyone mentioned that corruption does not require a momentum, but it's a process. So we are all responsible to contribute in that process. Thank you, and we will have a short coffee break, and we will be back in 15 minutes.
Përshëndetje.
Hello. So I'll be following up in English.
To the second panel, my name is Alba Cela. I am director of the Albanian Institute for International Studies. It's a delight for me to be in this panel with some old friends and some new ones, of course. And we were joking in the coffee break that now we are going to apply for status of veterans in this war. So I believe now it's very important, after hearing so many stakeholders from state institutions and agencies, to focus a little bit more on our work as civil society representatives, as people who try to influence the process of decision-making and policy-making through advocacy, through research, and through different actions that we take through our projects, and most of all, through our cooperation. That's why we are going to talk now about the engagement of civil society in mobilizing citizens through some new and maybe creative tools against corruption, and, as we mentioned during the first panels, state capture. We have quite an impressive lineup of speakers, so I will not use any more of my time. I will pass the floor immediately to my old friend, Daniela Mineva, Senior Analyst at the Center for Study of Democracy, Bulgaria. Daniela, you can take it from here.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's very important to note that we at Seldi, as civil society organizations, we always try to work jointly with the public bodies. We are here to help through our tools. As you probably know, we have several of them. We have the corruption monitoring system, which is a victimization-based survey among the population and the business. We have the monitoring anti-corruption policy implementation, or MACP tool, which assesses the efficiency of the internal anti-corruption measures and policies applied by individual public bodies, such as rotations, video surveillance. And we have our own state capture assessment diagnostic tool, which can identify the public organizations that lack integrity, the legislation which is flawed, or the sectors that have been monopolized by a few companies. And we present our recommendations for improving these procedures, laws, and through reforms during policy forum as the current one, through briefings and face-to-face meetings with policymakers at national level and also in Brussels. So very shortly, I like to present the key conclusions and recommendations from our latest regional anti-corruption report. You can take paper copies there at the table. So please read them. Here it is. So, what we have seen in the last decade is that there has been no substantial achievements in the anti-corruption area. Basically, there have been a lot of democratic reforms and considerable shift to market economy in the Western Balkan countries. There are new anti-corruption strategies being adopted this year in Serbia and Albania. There are no new institutions set up. However, what we lack, as we all know, is the implementation of these measures on the ground. And for this reason, progress has been uneven, and it has been driven mainly by the external pressure by Brussels and by the civil organization. And this is also due to the lack of strong conditionalities and repercussions from external partners. This has also been the reason why we have observed actual involvement of corruption levels ranking between 10% in Montenegro and 40% in Albania. We have also seen that the citizens experience and that bribing is mostly a function of pressure from officials. So almost all of the citizens who have been asked for a bribe actually gave one. And very concerning trend is that we have high susceptibility to corruption. For example, 80% of the Albanian population is willing to accept or offer a bribe if the circumstances demand that. And naturally, this destroys the trust in the public institutions, and there is no substantial increase in anti-corruption optimism in the population. The people don't think that the governments are capable of dealing with this problem, and over the past decade, yes, there has been increase in the share of the people who believe in the institutions, but it has been very slight, between 5 and 10%, and it cannot pass the 50% barrier. So it should be clear that the window for bold reforms that we had around the year 2010 is now closed, and we have been experiencing a long period of stagnation and lack of practical implementation of anti-corruption reforms. Currently, with the new search of EU accession, there has been procedure for quickly adapting new legislation, but we have to be aware that this bears a risk of skipping public consultation and weakening oversight. The anti-corruption strategies that I mentioned sometimes lack focus and measurable goals and do not address the issue of political corruption, state capture, or foreign influence. And we have also seen cases of anti-corruption bodies that have been used by oligarchic circles for whitewashing corrupt schemes or for prosecuting their own opponents, as well as cases of judicial capture. So what can we do about that? So first, let me just give you one example. Between 2014 and 2020, under the IPA2 pre-accession instrument, there have been the enormous amount of 690 million euro provided specifically for advancing the rule of law. However, our surveys among the population do not show any decrease in the actual involvement in corruption practices. And we have to be really active in providing checks and balances, so the growth plan for the Western Balkan countries that will provide much more money, billions, will not suffer from the same fate. And this could happen in practice. First, we need to understand what is state capture. We have this theoretical model which has been implemented already in several countries. We have implemented it at sectoral level, and we are tracking various dimensions of state capture. And after we understand this phenomenon, the next step is to actually incorporate the state capture model into the assistance schemes and into the evaluation of all proposals for allocation of EU aid. If we see if in a certain sector, let's say transport or energy or environment, there have been consistent preferential treatment of certain companies or a large share of procurement contracts provided to them in the past, the whole EU assistance scheme should be evaluated and designed in a way to not to allow this risk to be present in the provision of new funds and support. Because it should be clear that the rule of law cannot be both an objective and a requirement of this assistance. And I like to conclude with several key recommendations. What should we do next jointly? First, we need to focus on impact. As I mentioned, all the anti-corruption strategies, all the documents, the regular enlargement reports, the EU rule of law report should include measurable result-oriented targets, such as what share of all indictment should result in final sentences, what share of whistleblower reports should be investigated, what share of high-level corruption cases revealed by the media should be investigated, hopefully all of them. Then we need to improve the legal base. We hope that the proposal for a new EU directive for combating corruption will be swiftly adopted, leading to the harmonization of the legal definitions. Yes, it will be a challenge to define in legal terms state capture and strategic corruption, but we need to find a way to do that. And we also recommend that there is US Magnitsky-style sanctions for the Balkans. We also have high hopes on the European anti-money laundering authorities. It should be operationalized as soon as possible. And we also recommend that the mandate of the European Public Procurement Office is expanded to include violations of the EU sanctions against Russia. We also need more efficient prevention and corruption risk assessment. Here, with civil society and Seldi could help through our tools that I mentioned. And of course, we are here as civil society to help. We also need to implement strict investment screening mechanisms. Especially, we should break away from this tradition to welcome unchecked financial flows from authoritarian regimes. And as it was already mentioned several times during the previous presentations, there is need to build capacity in the new ways to track illicit finance, including through cryptocurrencies, in tax havens, and methodologies for interlinking all the public registers, creating EU hubs, data hubs, and checking the asset declarations if there is illicit wealth of a certain person abroad. The European Commission can also show more commitment to the European future of the Western Balkans through informal councils, regular ministerial level meetings, technical committees and working groups where we can all participate with civil society, local EU delegation, experts, and public body representatives. So thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you so much, Daniela. And you have the advantage of a perspective throughout time, as I mentioned, and I find it two very brief things from your insights. I find it very interesting how the report focuses on kind of a closing window of opportunity. If 10 or 15 years ago, we could see a momentum for bolder moves, now, be it from the geopolitical context or from other processes, the window seems a bit tighter and we need to move through a smaller space. However, as civil society, I think we have the experience to use these windows and we should do so more. And the recommendations are very creative and take into account the geopolitical dimension, as you mentioned, the sanctions, for example, that could be modeled after those of the US. And we have seen that have quite an impact here in Albania as well. We have the next speaker, I think, joining us online, Mr. Daniel Kaufman, anti-corruption expert from the Natural Resource Governance Institute. It's a video message. Okay. If we could play that. Yes.
On these very issues around corruption, anti-corruption, diagnosis. Good day to all of you who have gathered in Albania today. And I know this very well that you are there because I've been honored by having been invited to your very important event by the esteemed Zef Preci, with whom I collaborated well over 30 years ago on these very issues around corruption, anti-corruption, diagnostics, and so on. A topic that has continued to be a major challenge everywhere and has continued to evolve. I'll be very brief because unfortunately I couldn't join because I had prior commitments far away. I would have loved to have been there with you today, but hopefully next year or so that will be possible. So this will be just a brief message because really these messages by video, I know that in conferences should never be long, but I wanted to be with you in spirit and at least virtually. And let me just say this and leave you with these thoughts. One, and they're both kind of obvious, but important to reiterate them. One is about the complexity of the issues around misgovernance and around misrule of law and around corruption. And not only it's a very complex issue, that for that it requires an interdisciplinary approach and also a collective action approach for many actors involved in working against it, but it requires real diagnostic, analytical, and empirical work with data to study the reality in each country and even within the country, in the main institutions, organizations, systems, and so on, because they vary enormously from setting to setting. So obviously, there's no one fits all type of solution for this, and there's no escape of doing the very hard homework to address the problem. Fortunately, there have been advances and there have been diagnostics and so on, and much more commitment from key actors within countries to do this, including think tanks like Zef Preci and many of you that do that work. And that's incredibly important. And the other thought is about an issue that, among others, myself with colleagues have been working on for some time, but recently we took it a little bit to another level. And that's a big challenge of state capture, which it's something that challenges the traditional notions of corruption, which have always been about transactions between particular individuals, focus more on bribery and on stealing assets and so on. When the reality in many countries is that the issue is much more complex, it's much more systemic, it's around networks which collude between non-state actors and some state actors to capture the rules of the game in a society and in an economy. The rules of the game, meaning the policies, the regulations, the laws, the institutions, including the procurement and so on. And therefore they shape and transform these rules of the game for their benefit at the expense of the rest of society. And it can be legal because they also shape the laws to their benefits and so on. And that's particularly acute in some countries. In others, it's more middling the problem, but it's very important in countries that are not fully captured, and there are many, including yours, that to prevent a descent to fuller capture that goes much beyond the traditional notions of corruption or of even grand corruption. Now, in that context, we have developed a new index, which is a global index, which is preliminary, and all this data is subject to margins of error. So caution is very important in how it's used and interpreted, but it can be a useful first look as to comparatively how countries are doing and so on. And it's already some key people and experts are beginning to do research and looking into that. It was recently released, and I will be providing separately the links to that data set. But I encourage that at least to start a debate and a discussion around this issue of state capture, which focuses really on the shaping of the rules of the game as opposed to getting around the implementation of the rules of the game through a bribery and so on, which has been the traditional approach in terms of corruption. So I promise that I will not be too long. So let me just stop there, because the most important thing for me was to be able to be with you, even if it's remotely, and congratulate you for the initiative and for the dedication and the commitment. And I hope we can continue to collaborate in the future. So with that, best of luck, lots of courage. Audacity is needed in this topic, and collective action of all of us working together towards a common goal. Thank you very much.
I would also like to thank also on your behalf, Mr. Kaufman, for his brief but very on-point message for both issues that he raised, which could even be called one issue because the layers of complexity reach the maximum with state capture. And we saw how controversial this topic can be for decision makers. It's less controversial for us as civil society stakeholders that try to dissect it. And also very interesting are the tools that he talked about, especially comparative tools through the global index. And I find it encouraging that he ends up on a message of hope and courage, which we all need. I'd like to pass on now the floor to the next speaker, Ms. Biljana Shulev, member of the State Commission for Prevention of Corruption from North Macedonia. I think she's also joining online. Can you hear us, Mrs. Shulev?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, respected representatives, respected organizers. It's an honor to be part of this event and to address the role of civil society and the cooperation with anti-corruption agencies from the perspective of an anti-corruption agency. This is also an opportunity to remind ourselves of the importance of collaboration and to take all the examples of challenges and possible solutions, not only in the fight against state capture, but in the fight against corruption in general. This is a long-term process requiring deep structural changes to a country's institutions, its legal framework and its culture, and therefore we believe that civil society is vital for anti-corruption success in each country, especially in our region. When it comes to North Macedonia, civil society organizations' contributions range from awareness raising and prevention campaigns to participation in policy formation and monitoring of the implementation of the anti-corruption strategy and legislations. CSOs are especially engaged in empowering citizens to take an active role in governance and exerting pressure on the government to address their international commitments. And all these activities are crucial for building national anti-corruption capacity and supporting institutional reform, which at the same time is also one of the key factors for the integration of our country and the countries of the region in the European Union, as well as in other international organizations. So the right to civil society participation in policy-making processes and its significant role is recognized internationally. I believe all the guests are aware of that. It's recognized by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It is long recognized by the UNCAC, the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. Or in the words of Peter Egan, only an effective coalition of state, business, and civil society can bring transparency and accountability to governance, not only to fight corruption, but other ills of globalization too, including injustice and inequity, poverty, violence, conflict, environmental destruction, and climate change. So how does this coalition works in practice in North Macedonia? From the point of view of the Anti-Corruption Commission, one of the competencies of the State Commission for Prevention of Corruption, where cooperation with civil society is most prominent, is the drafting and implementation of the national strategy for prevention of corruption and conflict of interest, and the action plan for its implementation. This is an inclusive process, which apart from state institutions, the Anti-Corruption Commission and civil society also involves the private sector, academia, media, and various associations and foundations. So during the following period, and especially during 2025, the State Commission will work intensively on the preparation of the new national strategy for the period of 2026 until 2030. And this national strategy will be prepared in a fully inclusive process, and even more so, the methodology for its preparation will be a document prepared in cooperation with the civil society organizations, as was the example in the previous strategy. With this process, the State Commission tends to achieve continuity in monitoring, but also to give simplified recommendations to work on raising the national anti-corruption climate in an open and transparent way, with the support and inclusion of all of the relevant stakeholders in the fight against corruption. When we speak of modern tools in the fight against corruption, the State Commission is facing a big challenge, that is the digitalization process. And I believe that this is a challenge not only at the level of the State Commission, but also at a national level, namely when it comes to digitalization of the entire processes that mean good governance in the public sector. In order to improve the operation and increase the efficiency in its actions, the State Commission is continuously working on upgrading the existing tools, but also developing new digital tools or software solutions. And in this regard, the support of international organizations, institutions, and civil society undoubtedly contributed to the State Commission having made progress in the past years, but leaving also the floor for future improvement. Such an example is the register of elected and appointed person, and for electronic submissions of asset and interest declarations and its verifications, which started to be applied at the beginning of 2024. There were also new tools developed and implemented, some of those before, some of those at the beginning of 2024, such as the communication portal, which allows the State Commission to monitor and to follow up the implementation of the activities from the national strategy. Online software for protected reporting by whistleblowers, e-learning platform, anti-corruption proofing of legislation tool, document management system, and register of lobbyists and lobby organizations. And we believe that in the long term, these tools will have a positive effect on the work of the State Commission and thus in the prevention and fight of corruption. When we talk in the same context about the role of the anti-corruption bodies in the region, the civil society organizations, and applying modern tools to fight corruption, I believe that more intensive cooperation is needed among these actors. And I say this in terms of using modern ways to enhance traditional roles of the anti-corruption bodies and the civil society organizations, such as education and awareness raising. Civil society organizations have less bureaucratic approach and follow the development of new technologies faster and more flexible than the anti-corruption agencies, and thus they have closer approach to citizens, which is something that the anti-corruption agencies should hold on to and be involved in this process. This is very important to educate citizens and especially youth to recognize corruption and to make them aware of where and how they can report it. And I also see the room or the need for intensified cooperation in the area of whistleblower protection. So anyone would be more encouraged to report a serious form of corruption if they knew they were adequately protected by institutions. And this also requires increased support from the anti-corruption bodies, but as well as from civil society organizations, and not only to report corruption, but also to provide them with legal support and counseling. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights. One thing that seemed very interesting to me and that we could probably discuss later as a good practice from North Macedonia, we often talk about the process of public consultation, and I think it's very interesting and very positive to also consult the methodology of reports. This early stage consulting is a guarantee for more qualitative consulting, because if the methodology of the report is not consulted, then it makes little sense then to dispute the results, because you don't have a chance to influence the structure and how the data is measured. We come back home now to the host organization, and I give the floor to Mrs. Aurora Halili, Project Coordinator at ACER.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be among all of you today and among the panelists of these respectful people. I will try to keep my presentation short and to give you maybe some data that you can take with you as we leave and maybe you can think of. I have the pleasure to have my presentation after Daniela's, which means that we can elaborate more on Albanian's data, because we all have the regional report with you. It's also, if anyone doesn't have it, you can take it from the table there. So I think it's important for us to also give a little bit of more context in regarding Albania, but as well as the region. Okay. So there's my presentation. I wanted, when I first thought, okay, here we go. So when I first thought of the presentation, I thought maybe we could have a bit of an oversight regarding anti-corruption, how to fight it, the importance of anti-corruption with EU enlargement. But I think we have spoken so much about that during the previous sessions and the previous speakers that I can just maybe emphasize just a few points, like, we know how anti-corruption reflects and affects the rule of law and the governance, the economic development, the public trust, meeting EU standards, and regional stability. So we know how important these factors and these areas are to fight corruption. So I'm not gonna, elaborate more on those because we have already spoken so much about it today. So I think I will not bore you with that information. I wanted to provide like an overview of Acer's works within the last 25 years of fighting corruption and the Seldi network as well. Within the Seldi network, since we are all here because of the Seldi network, Daniela did mention as well, we have been incorporating the corruption monitoring system since 2002 with CSD and then later on with the other partners. And we also, Daniela did mention MACP as well, SCAD. There are some tools which have a really good methodology that Acer has been implementing. We have the regional report, we have this meeting thanks to those tools, because we can actually not only just state our opinions, but we can actually, we have data to rely them with. We have data to actually provide a more objective view, not just subjective and not just opinions and not just thoughts and not just what we think it's better and what we think it's best for the country and the region. So with that being said, I think that we should maybe jump in a bit of maybe some key findings, just, briefly mentioning them. I will also share them with graphs so that maybe you can more clearly understand them. This is what CMS actually stands for, like the corruption monitoring system. This is what the report mainly gathers, like the data that are stated on the report. We have the corruption pressure. We can see that what the corruption pressure is. Corruption pressure is how pressured citizens feel to give bribes. Like, do they feel like they need to involve in passive corruption, or do they know that they have to get involved in passive corruption? What happens is, for Albania, 52.1% of the respondents admit that they have given bribes. So they have been involved in a passive corruption or petty corruption. Now, we do have like a good trend, maybe not very good, but we do have like a bit of an improvement, because we can see that the figure is 5% lower than the previous year that CMS was implemented, which was in 2021. Now, what happens is 40% of Albanian citizens admit that they have been asked for bribes both directly and indirectly by the public officials, which is also a figure that has been decreased by 6.8%. So I'll try to give you as much context as I can. The acceptability of corruption, what happens is that the majority of the respondents, 65%, so here we have a double standard of the citizens, they do not consider that offering of bribes in exchange for receiving a service is acceptable or normal. So even though they do not think that this is a normal behavior that people should do, they still get involved in corruption, which is maybe this provides a more of let's say, atmosphere, or like to understand more of from which culture Albania derives from. Also, the susceptibility to corruption. This is a question that actually provides scenarios regarding, let's say, being on both shoes, the shoes of the giver and the shoes of the receiver, where we're talking to bribes and corruption, of course, so petty corruption mainly. What happens is 54% of respondents are categorized as sensitive to corruption, which means they would both give and receive bribes. So it doesn't matter on which shoes they are, the shoes of the giver or the receiver, they would still give and accept bribes, which is a bit alarming, I would say, because it's 54%. But either way, what happens is 20% would neither give or receive bribes, which is 5% more than the previous year that CMS was implemented. Another thing, okay, we were there. The corruptness of officials. This is just to give an idea regarding like which officials are considered more corrupt than not in comparison with the previous year. We can see that there is an increase in the corruption perception, so they think that less corrupt are the judges, which from here maybe we can tell that there has been an improvement regarding the justice reform and all that. So we can see some good. We can see that maybe the perception is shifting to a more good perception, like they are trying to. I mean, the citizens are believing that maybe there are hopes of corruption, of fighting corruption. Meanwhile, we can notice that the greatest increase is seen among journalists, with a perception of change of 0.29 points from the previous year. Okay, now maybe I don't know if I'm bothering you with too much data, but I'll try to give you just like an idea. We can see like the same trend on the other data as well, the likelihood of corruption pressure, where we can see that the majority of respondents consider corruption possible. Like corruption, the likelihood of corruption pressure is confirmed by 67% of the respondents for Albanians data. Feasibility of policy responses to corruption, the majority, which is 75% of respondents, believe that corruption cannot be significantly reduced, while only 20% of them, which is 2% less than in 2022, believe that it can be significantly reduced. So those data are to just give you an idea that Albania is still, I mean, the figures are not where they should be. We are noticing a bit of an improvement regarding the perception of citizens. But either way, when we compare it to the region, we have the highest figures, which means that corruption is at the highest levels for Albania regarding all the data. So we are improving, we are making improvements. We also heard the speeches of Mr. Dumani, Mrs. Perdeni. We can see that the institutions are being built and they are actually showing some results, but we are not, I mean, the results are good. They should continue in that way. And we should still, I mean, this report, the regional report that we are sharing should, like maybe we should use it as an alarm that Albanians' data are the highest, and we need to gather our forces to actually try and combat corruption as much as we can, and to give our thoughts, our opinions, and our role as civil society and agencies and institutions of the government to actually do our part. Okay, now just like I mentioned, for the justice reform, we have seen very good practices regarding justice reform, collaboration with other civil society, and the promotion that it has been given the importance and all that. So of course, I mean, it's not let's say reaching high results and stuff like that, but we are moving past a good. We are having good signs of reaching. Or maybe improving our data for the next year that CMS will be implemented, but let's hope. That's the idea. Public trust for institutions and support for SPAC. SPAC is the agency for the special prosecution office for corruption, which Mrs. Dumani was also on. He said his speech, and I think you all heard him, and you could gather all the good practices and stuff that they were saying. The thing is that there has been some very successful cases with SPAC in Albania, and we hope that that will continue. Either way, we can notice, as you can also see from the slides, that there are some challenges. So despite the progress, skepticism remains regarding SPAC, because regarding SPAC effectiveness and impartiality, because people sometimes worry that there might be political interference, just with every other institution in Albania and maybe in the region as well. Sustained public support and ongoing transparency are essential for SPAC to operate effectively and bolster trust in governance. So we need to continue our efforts to maybe try and encourage the effectiveness of SPAC's work. Enhance the civil society mobilization. I think we are all more than aware of the mobilization of civil society and the role that we have as civil society in encouraging policy making and everything related to not only corruption, but what's the good of the country, rule of law, good governance, and everything else. So I'm not going to just continue to just bore your head with this kind of information. I'm just going to skip maybe. Okay, best practices and successful models. It's just something I wanted to mention in this slide is that I heard from the previous speakers that they are actually implementing AI in their processes, which I think it's a very good. I mean, since the AI is the new thing currently, I think it's really good that they are actually trying to implement it and trying to get the best out of it, because let's hope that they will get the best out of it. That's the idea. Okay. strengthening the joint effects of civil society, the business community. We are all more than aware, so I'm not going to skip on these slides. I'm just going to, just like I said, I want to give you something for you to get home, like to take with you home, which are the findings for Albania specifically, and the regional report, because I think that's like the main outcome of Seldi's work over the last year. That's it for me today. So thank you.
Thank you, Aurora, for focusing on some more results that are specific to Albania, and they are quite sobering, to use this word instead of other more pessimistic words. I think it's time for a bit wider stakeholder group to discuss what are the roots of this dichotomy in the Albanian public opinion, this kind of moralistic stance that they don't accept it, but then they engage in it in quite large numbers, and then the pessimism, 75% of them saying that there's not much that we can do to address this phenomenon, because under this kind of conditions, under this kind of climate or popular sentiment, it is then difficult to expect high results in the fight against corruption, because public support is fundamental. But maybe we could focus on that in our discussion session. And what I found very interesting is the changing perception on journalists and media, and what this means about the role of media in Albania, and not only. And this is definitely something that has changed through time. It used to be very different before, and I can see now in terms of numbers and not just feelings that it's a different reality. I'd like now to pass on the floor to Misha Popovic, head of the Center for Good Governance from IDCSC, North Macedonia, to share your thoughts with us.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Today, I wanted to talk a little bit about this situation when talking about how civil society or anti-corruption activists engage with citizens. Currently, the state of the art, so to say, of the anti-corruption research is starting slowly to talk about this danger of actually communicating anti-corruption. Basically, the premise is that if we start communicating problems, and if we start communicating demands to citizens to fight against corruption, apparently the effect is a deterrent, that citizens actually withdraw and do not actually participate in anti-corruption. And this kind of let's call it a conclusion, is actually an interesting position, considering that me and Snezhana are coming from a project that is working on Citizens Against Corruption. It's a big USAID-funded project. Jane will talk more about this. But we were having, I mean, at IDSCS, we were having a reflection on this, because I think it's very difficult for any anti-corruption activist throughout the world, but let's speak now about the Western Balkans, to actually communicate success. The results from the CMS show there is no success, there is no progress, basically, at the end of the day. And this model of how citizens demand, with the help of civil society, demand change, demand improvement by institutions, is mediated in an environment where there is a lack of success. There is a lack of motivation for citizens to participate in this. And I would not like to talk that much about how this looks like, how this unmotivational, let's call it, an environment looks like, but there is a clear lack of incentives. One is that one particular reason for this is that basically we have the problem of risks of state capture in the Western Balkans, as evidenced by research. But I also wanted to draw a little bit on the model that Dani presented. It's a great analytical model, but in practice, some of those items, some of those constitutive parts of the state capture model are actually overlapping, and then it becomes very difficult for citizens and investigative journalists, change brokers within institutions to move towards a better position, because it's a really strong foe at the other side of the process. These are institutions that are using all those resources to provide specific privileges for political or for particular political or business interest. On the other hand, the other dismotivational factor is that basically the current corrupt political elites are somewhat supported by or legitimized by the world order. Or to cut it very short, if you have lithium, you are probably a good guy, or we don't know how good you are, but you are not the worst. So basically, now the Western Balkans is seen in a very political context. The standards are secondary then for the evaluation. And then we have these missed opportunities in the growth plan to actually implement better evaluation of projects. And I'm really scared about the green growth plan, where we have significant amount of political interest investing into green companies. And this clientelism and aggregation of political interest in these kind of companies that will benefit from part of the growth plan is going to be very damaging for the public interest in the Western Balkans. And to actually close how big of a foe is to see that we see and some of it was addressed in the previous panel. We see corruption becoming much more networked and international, with ties to kleptocrats, but also by using enablers in large consulting companies, banks, and so on. So good news is that corruption has become integrated, unlike our countries who are still not integrated. So we have this disbalance again. So in this very bleak picture, what is a success? I think it's a false question to actually talk about how to motivate citizens with success. Some of the citizens still have agency, and it is upon us as civil society actors to provide some tools, to provide some utilities that they can use without us expecting too much, or without us expecting that they will change everything, but to use this agency now without necessary big goals that are expected with this change. And we did one tool, we published it just this Monday. It's called Reagirai. It's reagirai.idscs.org.mk. It's basically a mailer of campaigns. So we put a campaign that demands some change in an institution, and this very easily makes it very easy for citizens to, with, I don't know, 2 or 3 clicks, to send an email to a particular institution. They send it from their own email. So it's their own initiative. And they start spamming, so to say, institutions with their demands. I'm a citizen, I demand this. And we had with the first campaign, we had a big success. Yeah, from Monday to today, it's Thursday, yeah, we have 218 reactions on one campaign. So expectedly, around 200 emails have been sent to 2 persons in the Ministry of Education, demanding for rule books on how parents' money in schools are being spent, because now there are no rules and they are being misspent. So we do not expect much. We just provide tools for those citizens left with agency and to motivate others, because they see like there are 218 reactions, that they are not alone. That's a really important thing, because we have researched why people do not react. I feel like I'm being left to myself. I don't see an anti-corruption community around me, and I'm seeing it now. And the other more technocratic mean is that we have to provide tools for those managers, leaders in institutions who really want to change, because there are always, like, state capture is not a monolith. There are always some fractures there where some change in forces can do some good things. So thanks to what IDSCS has learned throughout the years being part of Seldi, we are now about to finish a process of integrating MACPI into the institutional risk assessment methodology of the state. So it's parts of MACPI will become, hopefully, if everything goes well, part of the state methodology on how risk assessment is done. And this will provide a really straightforward tool for those institutions who want to change. And we are seeing institutions in the near past, but now also in the future, who will improve their internal resilience to corruption. And I'll stop here. So just like a final 3 words. On one side, we see a really hard enemy to fight. We should spend time where we don't see a victory in the horizon in preparing tools and means on what to do when there is a window of opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Misha. And 2 things I really liked and would like to stress is this, our role as civil society in making individuals feel a community behind them, and not that they are left alone and then completely demotivated, because then they think that just as one person they are fighting a system. And the second thing that I found very interesting and very right is to contextualize the transactional approach that some EU countries, member states, are taking in their relation with the Western Balkans. You mentioned lithium, we can mention migrant camps, we can mention many other occasions in which there are serious and legitimate doubts that the standards will not be measured towards what has been agreed as a framework, but towards perceived benefits from EU countries, which might not act in the interest of the EU as a whole, but in their own national interest. And I think this is a complete new reality that our region needs to face, in the context that we are also, all of us, in different points of EU integration. All 6 of us are in very, very different points. I'd like now to pass the floor to your colleague, Mrs. Snežana Trpovska, Project Officer from the Macedonian Center for International Cooperation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, I guess I will continue where Misha finished. First of all, it was quite interesting when you said that on the beginning that we are veterans in here, that we continue speaking about this for many years. And actually, this is the truth. We are always here. We all know each other quite well. We are doing all these same things, having our recommendations and conclusions about the situation in our countries, respectful countries, and in the region. And on the end, we are seeing that we have blocker on the other side from the state institution, and actually the citizens are not aware of what we do and how, and they can incorporate actually in all of these activities. So this is why what Misha already started, the project that we are leading called Citizens Against Corruption, that is funded by the USAID. I'm very proud to say that me as a chief of party of the activity, I'm very happy that it's not just CSOs that participate in this activity, but it goes further. And this is why, besides CSOs partnering in this activity, we have 3 investigative media from North Macedonia, and the private sector that is represented by the biggest economic chamber in the country. So actually, this is the first type of project that actually incorporates all relevant stakeholders, because up to now, we mostly spoke about the role of the civil society, but we are not the only stakeholder in this story. I mean, we cannot neglect the position of the media in this activity, and especially the private sector. And there, let's be honest, the most challenging one, because they're from the both sides of the coins, you know. They want to be somehow, they are incorporated in the corruption, but through the chambers, it's, I guess, the only possible way to push that integrity model, that they somehow see the negative influence of the corruption in their daily working. Regarding the Corruption Assessment Report 2023, the state for Macedonia is that each third citizen had pressure for corruption, and each fourth citizens actually were somehow connected with corruption. When you transpose that numbers on the whole population in the country, it comes that around 400,000 citizens were somehow connected with some type of corruption in the country. So now the question is, how do you approach them? Because this is the biggest challenge. What do citizens expect, and what they want actually to see when it comes to the fight against corruption? And this was actually our biggest challenge. It was, and it still is, how to approach them, because not everyone has the same view what corruption is, and the expectation is different. Mostly on the end, we can speak about high corruption, that this is the biggest problem that reflects the problem in the country. But however, the citizens actually are not very concerned maybe in that level as we are when it comes to corruption. They're, to be honest, they're interested about their neighborhood, about the street, about the light, about the water, about the road that they're bumping with their car each day, and their car on the end is broken, about the school, about the health system. This is what they are concerned about. This is why this web app that Misha was speaking about actually started with campaigns that triggers citizens to react. It's about schools and the money that actually parents are spending from their own pocket, especially when we have education, when everything is supposed to be free. So how come we need to pay something, and what is happening with our money? So this is why the approach, we've started to see that the approach should be like low level. Let's discuss with them. Let's make an educational campaigns. Let's have a direct meetings with the citizens. Let's discuss one-on-one what is actually what you need. It can be a concrete case. Let's start low. Let's have one case. Let's work on that case. Let's have a small campaign like this. But we can see that motivational is quite needed, because the apathy, especially from Macedonia, it's very high in this moment. You know, 7 years ago, we had a campaign that everyone will go in jail. Everyone will return what was stolen. Nothing of that happened. Now the apathy is even bigger. The expectation, we have new government, we have another new expectations that everyone will go again in jail. The asset will be confiscated. However, we are seeing that nothing is happening. So the moment here is through the program, we want to make campaigns for anti-corruption on a low level. Something, it doesn't have to be bombastic, but let's just try to be on the level of a citizens and what they actually really need. We want to do a civil monitoring of public procurement. So our other CSO partner actually is trying to find some cases of corrupt public procurements on a local level, invite citizens to monitor the implementation, to make an overview of the public procurement that was happened. So that way that they feel engaged and being part of the process. And here very important is the media partners, and it is the investigative stories that they provide. I will give just an example, maybe some of you, because I guess it was quite a scandalous case. It's the murder in Tetovo, the case for modular hospitals in Tetovo when it was COVID, when the COVID happened, actually burned, and 14 citizens from Tetovo died in that case. And actually everything happened and started with bad public procurement. So we were able to see here the connection that corruption kills. On the end, we don't see a conclusion from that case. Even we don't see a public prosecution having a concrete case for this, what has happened. And even though it is visible, it is quite visible that the corruption was there. Another case that we can speak about is the blacklist that USA have. For example, we still have, actually today, just today, there is a new indictment for one very high political figure in the country that is on a high position, actually, in a municipality, that is blacklisted. And today it's his 8th indictment. However, he's still a mayor. So this is what grows the apathy. And we can try to mobilize citizens for their reactions for specific issues. We can try to work with the private sector to build integrity, to build some code of conducts, to integrate the model of court of honors within the chambers so that they are much more aware about the negative impacts of the corruption, but we cannot do miracles. On the end, it's the political will that counts. We have a counterpart from the other side that is always saying we are very willing to fight against corruption. Actually, this is the premises in each political speech prior of any election that we have. On the end, when it comes to integrate something in their annual program of works, or to see that in reality, we see that there is a lack actually of real political will of the political elites to fight corruption. And this is, for example, what is happening for us in our country with this asset confiscation in non-conviction-based law that we have these days. The whole premises of the premise of this law is that we will fight the high corruption in the country. However, we made an anti-corruption proof of legislation after the law was brought. We were able to see that actually the law should be abolished because there is such a risks of corruption that were not taken prior of making the law and bringing the law that actually it's not able to implement in reality. And on the end, we have pro forma, let's say, political will for fight against corruption. So what on the end is what the citizens wants to see is that someone will end up in jail, that someone will return what was stolen, that we will see the real asset confiscation in practice. And this is something that all of us, we can continue speaking about it, but on the end, it's the politicians that needs to be here and to hear all of this. And what we can see on an event from an event, it's a lack of their participation in processes of what civil society and other stakeholders are doing. And on the end, I want to conclude with that the pro forma consultations about this area, about the fight against corruption activities in each country should end. As it was said, we should be part of the processes from the beginning. Yes, methodology, and I'm very happy that Ms. Karakashova-Shula said that we will be part of the process from the beginning, from the drafting of the methodology for the new national strategy for fight against prevention of corruption and conflict of interest, because this is what is needed to see a real proactive process from the state institution in making anti-corruption policies. This is something that usually lacks, especially for us when it comes to some crucial documents that are connected with corruption and fight against corruption. We should not be part in the end when we will do just nomotechnical changes in the texts, but to be real partner in the process and for them to see the benefit from our participation and not just pro forma because it needs to be like that. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Snezhana. Two quick points that I wanted to emphasize. I think it's a good practice that we should all keep in mind to diversify the community of stakeholders in our projects, to include, as you say, private sector, either through chambers of commerce or other organizations, and always try to cooperate with especially investigative media, which also in our country has had quite a role in exposing some specific cases of grand corruption. And one particular sentence that I very much like, although it looks a bit dramatic when you say it, but it is true, corruption kills. I think we can repeat this a bit more often than corruption kills. We know this very well. And we can see the effects in healthcare, in the pollution of the environment. And what do these things do? They end up taking lives. So this, I think, because we mentioned here difficulties of connecting with citizens, I think this is the greatest connection that we have, is that the safety and welfare of lives are directly influenced and not just indirectly because somebody is getting rich or not. But this is corruption kills, and this is something that probably can serve as to be emphasized more. Now, last but really not least, we have Mahir Polic, Project Coordinator for Center for Civic Initiatives from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Give us some better news from Bosnia.
Thank you. Thank you, Alba. And I'm really glad to be here. And I want to thank Atser and the team of Seldi Network for giving us the pleasure of talking about the issue of corruption, probably the biggest issue in our region, in all of our countries. I had a feeling that Snezhana stole my speech because our organizations actually have a very similar approach when we talk about mobilizing citizens in fight against corruption. But we have also the differences, probably because of the country's context. And I will, in this few minutes I have, tried to be optimistic before lunch and try to share maybe just some examples from our practice on this topic. So at the Centers for Civic Initiatives, we have been doing this kind of work for a long time, and I believe we developed a pretty good approach. Our vision always has been to see citizens participate actively in the development of democratic processes and generally civil society. And through our work, we had an opportunity to see over and over that when citizens come together and take a stand against corruption cases, at least in their local communities, real change really becomes possible. And that's definitely not an easy path, but it's the one that's possible and leads to better tomorrow. So when you want to engage citizens around some problem, we realize that you need to recognize the local knowledge that's valuable. So the citizens living in some community knows the best challenges they face. And our role then, the role of civil society should be to channel that knowledge into effective action. So we provide tools, resources, and expertise to help local groups organize, strategize, and amplify their voices. One of our key strategies is to support the formation of and growth of informal citizen groups. So these grassroots organizations, often born out of urgent local concerns, become really the driving force for change in their communities. We've seen this approach succeed many times, whether it's protecting natural resources, challenging some illegal exploitation, or demanding transparency in local governance. So when doing this, it is also important to understand the power of information. Many of our initiatives focuses on educating citizens about their rights, about how the government works, how initiatives works, and the impact of corruption on their daily lives. Also, no, this knowledge isn't enough. We put a strong emphasis also on practical skills. We provide them with trainings in public advocacy, strategic planning, financial management, and then these skills empower them enough to run effective campaigns, engage with decision makers at the local level, and sustain their efforts over the longer term. Because we live in a digital age now, we also had to embrace modern tools of communication and organization. So social media campaigns, online petitions, and digital documentation have become very crucial weapon in the fight against corruption. So we help them also, these citizen groups, to leverage all these tools to reach wider audiences and create more impactful campaigns. Of course, I have to emphasize one more. I mean, this work is really not easy, and there are really setbacks, frustrations, and moments of doubt. But if citizens are persistent around some problem, action can really overcome deeply rooted corrupt practices. So I would like to just tell one of the success stories that happened recently. It's about the protection of the Mount Konjuh. So for years, this mount, which is a natural treasure in BNH, fell victim to illegal logging and exploitation. So despite being designated as a protected landscape, corrupt practices threatened to destroy the invaluable ecosystem. And this is where just like two young activists named themselves like Cartoon Revolution movement stepped in. And these brave citizens, supported by us, took on what seemed like an impossible battle against these corrupt interests. And they used like a just combination of traditional activism and modern tools. They organized petitions, gathering signatures from concerned citizens across the region. They were using platforms like Facebook. They shared updates, rallied support, and kept the issue in the public eye, which is very important. They used a lot of video and photographic evidence to document the devastation, making it kind of impossible for authorities to ignore. And they tirelessly pushed for concrete actions from Tuzla Canton government, refusing to let the issue fade from public attention. And the result was actually a victory. Tuzla Canton government finally took concrete steps to protect the mount, and for the first time in years, video surveillance and physical barriers are installed to prevent illegal extraction of forest resources. And now they are pushing for an expansion of the protected area and calling for accountability for all those years of lawlessness. It took them almost 2 years. So it's a tough process. And what is important is that when a group, even small group, succeeds, these victories ripple out far beyond the immediate issues. They actually restore faith in civic action. They inspire others to stand up and get involved, and they create a culture of accountability that makes the future corruption more difficult, at least in that small community. So moreover, this work is more than just stopping negative practices. It's about
building a positive vision for the future. And as we look ahead at CCI, we are more and more committed than ever to finding new informal groups and to work with them. And we are continually refining our approaches, learning from each campaign and adapting to new challenges. So my conclusion is that the work of mobilizing citizens against corruption is not just possible, it is essential, and it is really challenging, but also really rewarding. So yeah, it's the key for building the better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahir. And though it was hard, you did succeed to bring at least a thread of optimism. I think that's very important as a final speaker of the panel. And you talked about power of information, working with new informal groups. I think this is very crucial, especially if we try to focus on specific demographics, for example, young people. I was quite curious today, for example, when Minister Perdeni mentioned initiative to educate young people, to put this in the curriculum. I thought of a million questions. How will this really work? How can you educate young people? Don't be corrupt, uphold the integrity, especially in a climate that shows them real life examples how this is not done. But probably there are very good models of educating anti-corruption, and we should explore them, and we can explore them as a region and not each one by one. I think we are left with a little bit of time, maybe like 10 minutes for any comments, inputs, or questions on your side. I'd like to open it up. If you have any comments on what was said or questions for our panelists. Everything was clear. Yes, please. If you could also introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Alexandra Mashkovic. I come from the OSCE presence in Albania, and it's a pleasure meeting you all. Very insightful discussions. Just actually a couple of questions I have for all maybe panelists, because I think that all of you come from civil society, and coming also myself from civil society in previous life. I would like to understand because, for example, Snežana was talking a lot about the apathy. So I would like, first of all, to understand how your organizations also deal with this. How do you approach this issue? How you manage actually to motivate people to be more engaged? First question. And the second question is, what is your perception of use of AI now in fighting corruption? Because of course, we know that there are different methods and technologies, and of course, open data and all of this is perfect. But when it comes to AI, it's, in my opinion, at least a bit more sensitive because it's still, let's say, unexplored enough area of methods to combat corruption. So these would be questions from my side. Thank you. Not an easy one, sorry, before lunch, but.
We will have a round of answers, but I'd like to ask the panelists to keep them brief. Daniela, first with you.
So how to motivate the people? Well, hearing such good examples as Mahir presented is a good start to motivate the next activists so that to show them that success is possible. It's great to hear that in Albania there will be such a curriculum on ethical issues and anti-corruption in universities. More than 20 years ago, CSD had a similar initiative under Coalition 2000. We also have helped prepare such curriculum for Bulgarian schools. We have manuals, 100 answers about corruption, dictionaries of terms that are used. And we very much support indeed. We should change the culture. As you know, in the Scandinavian countries or countries like Japan, they have a culture of teaching the children how to be responsible, how to respect the others, how to help the community. So since they don't have corruption, they don't have complex laws, they don't have complex procedures simply because they don't need them. On the use of AI, yes, it's still unexplored area. It bears the risk of revealing personal information or be misused for to spy on journalists or NGO persons through spyware. But also it could be forced for good and it could be forced for bad. As I mentioned, it's important to use big data. It's important to interconnect all our public registers, the cadastre, the revenue agency databases, the register of vehicles, of immovable property, the wealth and of publicly exposed persons, and to interconnect this internationally through exchange of information with other countries, and to have such early warning systems and red flags to identify potential risks or wealth hidden abroad. We'll see how this goes. I'm not a technical person, but let's hope that I wish all the success to Albania and all other countries, including in Bulgaria, to introduce AI. Thank you.
Yes, I think I completely agree with what Daniela said. And regarding motivation, I would say results of our work are motivative enough. So I think, of course, maybe we are not taking very big steps, but we have to rely on our baby steps to actually reach for more. And yeah, that's what I would say for motivation, because different people see it in different views. I agree completely what Daniela said about AI. I think that AI, of course, it's an unexplored tool, but I think that there are so many benefits that we can actually get from it. For example, I would say we have the databases of PPPs, the databases of the declaration of assets and conflict of interest. So maybe we could use AI, but of course it needs to be very good. The methodology for that needs to be very good, very well thought, so that we could maybe try to explore red flags on those systems. And why not try to merge databases and do like cross-examine within certain databases of the certain institutions of the country, but not even within civil society, because we all do our projects, different projects to create our databases. We have our data. Why not let's create a platform that we can all have our databases in one place, and then AI can do its thing and try to actually maybe give us some more of an insight, and maybe we can do more analysis when we have more databases, more data, more regional aspects and all that. So that's my view.
Regarding the curriculum, we have developed curriculum for teaching anti-corruption in high schools. It's in Albanian also, so it's ready-made for the minister. If you give us the email, we'll send her. It's done. For what motivates, I think Jane mentioned briefly on something that I forgot to say. I think you four had a really good overview of how change happens in anti-corruption. One is, do not talk about corruption, you talk about service delivery. And if we broaden it a bit more than service delivery, solving some other problems without necessarily talking about being a governance problem. From our point of view, it's understandable, but from motivating people, it's even more, because we don't see new generations being triggered to attacks or backslide in democracy, but they are triggered into attacks against human rights, against some social issues, environmental issues. So if we transform this, speak about anti-corruption there. Regarding AI, there are so many different definitions about AI. Basically, what institutions feel is AI is these latest large language models, and they think that they can solve everything, like in an SF film. I think those are for anti-corruption are beneficial in structuring unstructured data for the institutions. Regarding, for instance, red flagging or use them in diagnostics, I think previous generation or other generation of machine learning is more robust. That was used, for instance, there is in Italy one example how they used it in detecting procurement there, but we have GTI in the next. So yeah, I won't continue talking about procurement there. So.
Regarding the EPAT, it's an ongoing process. It's not a tailor-made approach. It's not like you can write something that you will do and you will stick to it, because it can shift on a daily basis. For example, there is actually this example is something that shows the willingness of the citizens to actually react when it comes to corruption. For example, when the previous commission of state previous commission for anti-corruption in our country was elected like 6 years ago. On the first year, they had more than 2,000 complaints from citizens regarding corruption. However, year by year, when they've seen that nothing actually is happening, falsely maybe by the SCPC or maybe by the public prosecution, the number of complaints towards anti-corruption commission has lower. So this actually shows that the proactive process should be like not directly to speak what Misha said about corruption and anti-corruption, but what and how motivates you to react for something that triggers you as a person. And this is what we do with this web app. This is what we do with the civil monitoring of public prosecution. This is what we do with the Citizens Engagement Day, when we go in different cities in the country, when we speak directly with the citizens, interact with them, what is happening in their city regarding corruption, or how they feel about the municipality level or the national level. So this direct approach is there. Even we are starting a different approach when we will be part of the Skopje Marathon that will happen this week. Like Citizens Against Corruption will be there and will present, and we will have like a logo.
You will have, I won't run.
I won't run too. We are not the runners in the group. But we will have like a motto, Zgazia korupcijata, how to say it? Stop on the corruption. So it will be like a motivational that we are there, you should participate there. It's a small thing. It's nothing big. But as I said, they should feel that they're part of it, the process. That they are the one that own the process, not us.
Yep. I will agree with Snezhana that on the first one, to motivate people to engage, we need more interaction with them, a lot more interaction with them. And I would say, once again, promoting the success stories. That worked for us, kind of. We made an online portal called antikorupcija.ba, where we track all this fight from our informal groups. So it's a good way to promote results, and kind of helped us that when people have kind of corrupt problems nowadays, they just simply contact us because we are recognized for promoting the initiatives, supporting them. But when we just were starting, I mean, our coordinators were on the field all day, like searching for the problems and searching for the people. So it's pretty tough. And about AI is a really powerful tool, but probably could be helpful. And I think that more thinking into how harnessing the AI in anti-corruption could be, a way to do. I don't know.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers for sharing their insights, also for the people that joined us through video message and online. Thank you for your attention and your questions. There will be the lunch served at the restaurant inside. And may I remind you that there's also the next panel that starts at 2:30. And then you could have there, you have also some representatives from the media, which I think will find the results quite interesting. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to this long day of brainstorming and deliberations and sharing of experiences on one of the most challenging topics, I would say, the Western Balkans is facing, and that is the anti-corruption, state capture, and ways to deal with it, be it in the prevention side, be it in the punishment side. I would like, since this is my first appearance at Seldi, and I'm very happy to see Seldi has grown so big from the time IDM was part of Seldi. Now it's a much larger network. It involves many more partners and countries, and it's also my first event ever attending at ACER. So I'm very grateful that Mr. Preci invited me as a representative of IDM to moderate this session. The session is focusing on one of the topics that IDM has been working intensively in the past 10 years, public trust in institutions. It's a very challenging topic as well. Sometimes sounds like the Sisyphus legend, you know, the Sisyphus that's trying to roll up a big stone up the mountain, and when reaching the top of the mountain, the stone goes back, and he tries to take the stone on top of the mountain again. So it's like a curse. It's a similar curse also for the Balkans. We will discuss public trust in institutions, especially in law enforcement institutions, which are the institutions that should stand at the first row in the fight against this phenomena. Let me briefly present you with the panel. We will start with the OSCE Head of Governance Department, Alexander Maskovic, moving further with a member of the parliament, Ms. Emilia Colici, Christina Voko from bringing a voice from the media and the challenges that journalists are facing, Nemanja Todorovic, Executive Director of the Center for Contemporary Politics, and Zdravko Veljanov, Senior Analyst at Government Transparency Institute, both bringing a regional perspective on how civil society deals with this phenomenon. Let me start first with the internationals. We like in Albania internationals. We always give them the first floor in any sessions. I'm joking. I didn't do this agenda. Zev did. Mr. Moskovic, maybe OSCE is one of the actors that has been supporting for years Albanian institutions, law enforcement, but not only, agencies in improving their transparency, accountability, and with that improving their rating in the eyes of the public and the public trust. So maybe a couple of words on the work that OSCE is doing. And as I understand, OSCE in doing this initiatives cooperates very closely also with civil society. So a perspective on that cooperation front.
Thank you very much. Well, also the internationals like Albania very much, so I can tell you that. Thank you and good afternoon, and thank you first of all to the organizers ACER and also the Seldi network for the invitation to speak at today's event. Let me just start by saying that I will try not to bother you too much about the importance of the topic, because this is really inexhaustive topic and we can talk for hours, I think, about the corruption and the things or the issues that it causes. So I will really skip this part and just say that the OSCE basically as the largest security organization, regional security organization in the world, works closely with the government, with civil society, with all stakeholders that want or are engaged in combating corruption. However, what I would like also to emphasize, bearing in mind that the topic is also in the context of the EU negotiations, is that the OSCE does not have a mandate in the EU integration process, but everything basically that we do is complementary to the EU integration process. Starting with this, I can say that the OSCE works in line with the mandate that was entrusted by the participating states of the OSCE. There are 57 of participating states of the OSCE. And we are working very closely, as you mentioned, rightfully, with, again, state institutions, but also civil society in enhancing accountability, in transparency, and integrity also of public officials. So bearing all this in mind, we at the OSCE presence in Albania conduct many activities that aim not only at strengthening preventive side, but also law enforcement side, as you rightfully mentioned. And this is actually our attempt to have a very comprehensive and multidimensional approach to combating corruption. What I would like also to emphasize is that in the previous period, of course, the OSCE also streamlines its priorities in combating corruption in line with the national strategic framework. So we are trying and working very closely also to follow the priorities and contribute to the enhancement of anti-corruption policies in general. What also some of the things that we have done in the past is also that we contributed to the development of National Anti-Corruption Strategic Framework, including the draft one that is being prepared now. We have worked on establishment of corruption-proofing methodology within the state institutions in the drafting phase. We have also conducted capacity-building activities, both for the preventive side, focusing on governmental institutions, but also independent institutions, as well as law enforcement, especially when it comes to implementation of financial investigations or initiation of financial investigations. We have also worked on some of very specific areas, such as public procurement, where we have also implemented a lot of activities, managed to implement basically the methodology for establishment of red flags in the public procurement process, also developed a curricula for training and trained or established actually a certified pool of experts when it comes to public procurement area. Also, some of the things that I would like to specifically emphasize is our work with civil society. We are working very closely with civil society, especially what was discussed even in the previous modules or panels. We want to change the mentality and change the approach, especially of the youth and young people in Albania. Through this, we have implemented several initiatives together with civil society organizations, also some of them focusing on monitoring and analyzing of publicly available data that can help also increase not only transparency, but as I mentioned before, also accountability of public institutions. Nevertheless, the main areas that I would like also to mention is that for Albania, there are a lot of challenges ahead, but not only for Albania, for the entire region, basically, since we're all in the process of EU integration, particularly when it comes to opening the negotiations. I think that the key elements that the focus should be in the next period is enhancing internal cooperation and coordination, especially when it comes to the institutional chain, such as the prevention, prosecution, and collection of evidence, and of course, sanctions in the end. Why I mention internal cooperation and coordination is that in case that within institutional chain, if there is only one bad part of the institutional chain, then you will not have any kind of results. Because if there are no evidence, then you cannot prosecute and you cannot sentence anyone. If the courts do not do their job, then again, you don't have any results. So there are many issues in relation to this. When it comes to international cooperation, it is also very important, and this is why also the OSCE, but not only the OSCE, the international community in Albania is used for, and I would urge you again to try to use this as much as possible when it comes to sharing our expertise and supporting you in these endeavors. One of the very important topics is also something that we touched upon actually during the coffee break with Zef, is also the issue of asset recovery, which is very important in this regard, because especially when it comes to law enforcement, there have to be concrete results in asset recovery. Just to give you maybe one example from one of my previous positions, because I'm originally from Montenegro and I worked within the Ministry of European Integration, where I also coordinated basically the international support when it comes to asset recovery and in general support to institutions in combating corruption and organized crime. That in 2022, I have basically convened a meeting with the international donors, including the EU, OSCE, Council of Europe, UN, US Embassy, UK Embassy, etc. All of them supported financial investigations. And at one point, after all of them presented, I asked my colleagues from the state institutions, what is the result of the entire support? And the answer was one financial investigation ongoing. So this also shows that no matter how much you actually support, you have to have willingness from the other side and openness to really contribute to combating corruption and asset recovery. Additional aspect, and the last one, and I will not bother you with this anymore, is the work of independent institutions, of which the OSCE and international community, I would say in general, is very supportive. And here we see also very important role of the Supreme Audit, Albanian Supreme Audit Institution, competition authority, and many other institutions which are sometimes forgotten that they play very important role in combating corruption, again, from both preventive and also law enforcement side, because based on some of their analysis and their results, some of the investigations have been initiated. Last but not least, because I don't want to take too much of your time, is that the OSCE really hopes that the new structures, especially the assemblies ad hoc committee and new ministry for public administration and anti-corruption, will also deliver some results. Although, of course, the OSCE also is very keen on seeing inclusiveness in the entire process. So the participation of all relevant stakeholders, especially when it comes to the work of the parliamentary ad hoc committee. Just to conclude that, in my opinion, there are many elements that successful anti-corruption policies should encompass, and these are starting with capacity building, awareness raising, of course, better coordination and cooperation. Again, inclusiveness is very important. So to have civil society, as a colleague from the previous panel also mentioned, not for window dressing, but actually really to have them inside, because civil society, and I think that sometimes even the institutions are not that aware. And again, I'm not saying in Albania, I'm saying in general in the Western Balkans, are not aware of the expertise that the civil society has. Public scrutiny is very important. And of course, what was mentioned before, exchange of data between the institutions and basically interoperability between the databases that the different institutions have, because without this, it's not possible to have proper results. And one of the main, of course, elements which connects all of this is to have a strong political will to really do something about corruption, which is necessary for any kind of anti-corruption endeavor. Thank you once again for the invitation. And I apologize also to translators, because sometimes I speak very fast. And again, sorry, I hope you managed to catch everything.
Thank you, Mr. Maskovic. You covered many topics, many issues. It's been very extensive presentation from the importance of EU negotiations, the coordination that you're doing with this important process that is guiding basically every cell of the reforming efforts of Albania, the coordination with anti-corruption policy, the work that you've been doing on corruption-proving legislation, procurement assistance, efficiency of international donor support, one of our favorite topics as civil society. But I'm not going to comment on that. And the importance also of civil society expertise and the need for greater use of in-house expertise now in these target countries. I must say, though, it's a little bizarre that we talk so much about the increased pace of corruption and state capture at a time when we are hoping for an accelerated pace of EU accession. Usually it should happen vice versa. The more you get closer to the EU, the less these phenomena should be visible and problematic in our societies. But let's hope that the first one will help us counter the second one as well. Let me give the floor to Ms. Emilia Colici, Member of Parliament and Chair of the Subcommittee for Public Sector Auditing, a subcommittee that is newly established at the Parliament at the beginning of this legislature, of this month, of this session, yes. So for the Parliament is a very important institution, not only for what we have been discussing so far, but for basically inspiring and supporting and providing the legal basis for all other institutions' efforts. There is not much time left until the end of this legislature of the Parliament, but I'm sure that you, as chair of the parliamentary committee, have planned already some priorities, some urgent needs that the subcommittee plans to focus on. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Esther. Thank you to the Seldi network for organizing this event, as well as for the invitation extended to me to participate in this forum. Today, we spoke extensively on corruption, and especially the Albanian version of the corruption, or the corruption within Albania, given that we are ranking first in the region when it comes to the high level of corruption. We are the 98th out of 180 countries that are assessed by the TI, Transparency International, comparing with countries in Africa and Latin America. And corruption in Albania is a serious concern. One of the main hindrances in our efforts as a candidate country for the EU integration. The state capture and corruption is sprawling or widespread in all public sectors, involving and including all the institutions, central and local ones. Corruption in public procurement is the key concern that is reported into the US State Department's annual report on the business climate for 2024. Foreign investors do perceive Albania as a tough country to do business in, wherein political interference and intervention sets the ground for living or not entering into Albania. Certainly, procurement is the main one. Procurement system is digitalized for some time now. Before 2030, it's been digital, but the issue is that the oligarchy and organized crime rings are interfering in such corruptive practices by different threats and intimidations. Decision-making is under conflict of interest terms, especially when it comes to the concessions and the PPPs, the public-private partnerships, with the support of the state budget. The latest example are the corruptive schemes used by public officials in the Tirana's municipality when it comes to the 5D phenomena, and this is now under investigation by the Special Prosecution Office, SPAC. Thus, we have certain networks. So corruption has reached really senior level public officials, diverting public funds, embezzling public funds at 100% rate. Within the public procurement sphere, in the public procurement report, as well as the Public Procurement Commission, out of 5,250 procedures published in the system, during 2023, there have been presented 866 complaints or reports, namely 16.5% of the procedures have been reported. The same is repeated by the Supreme State Audit for 2023. The same repetition are the same facts, because this is a finding that has been there in the previous years, namely the public procurement poses the highest risk or is most susceptible to corruption. Therein is highlighted the use of funds without frugality, efficiency, and effectiveness, and there is very many deficiencies in the upholding of the procedures, wavering the legal and bi-legal acts, starting from the limit fund assessment. So in the assessment criteria, the bids evaluation, and until the execution and monitoring of the contracts. So from the Public Procurement Agency report, it results that in the recent years, the percentage of the bids or tenders that are won goes up to the 97-98% of their total value, and it goes to excess within the reconstruction tenders, reaching up to 99% to 100% of the limit fund of the tender. And this public procurement agency has sent for prosecution 30 cases. Money laundering in the construction sector, where the criminal product is being laundered, has established seemingly superficially legal business that are used for buying luxury items and objects within the building sector. In the National Strategy of EU Integration of 2022-2030, as approved by the decision of Council of Ministers, it is highlighted that Albania faces problems with underreporting, informality, and fiscal evasion, an increase of the perception of unfair competition vis-à-vis the previous year, corruption, unfair competition, and fiscal burden that is deformed at the central level has been identified as the key factors encouraging informality according to the business community perception. This is accepted by the government itself. Fiscal instability, incompetency of the tax authority, and the firing and sacking of the experts and professionals and replacing them with militants, including tax breaks and unfair tax break, has increased fiscal evasion, reporting to the low level of the fiscal realization and accomplishment that for years Albania does not go beyond the 27% of tax collection vis-à-vis to the GDP. The latest two reports of IMF 2022 on the tax administration snapshot do highlight mismanagement and the politically nominated directors. Fiscal evasion and corruption has made the public debt soar up to 155 billion by the end of 2023. The same picture. So I'll only dwell on the economic damage as highlighted by the State Audit Institution or the Supreme State Audit. And it is within the scope of our newly appointed subcommittee in the Parliament. The economic damage and the negative impact for the 3 years reaches up to 344 billion, or approximately half of the annual budget, and the reporting of the Supreme State Audit account for a higher number of these infringements. 67 reports have been sent to the Special Prosecution Office. This goes to tell for how level of abuse with the public funds. And this sets the ground for this kind of clashes in between the Supreme State Audit of representatives and the chairpersons of the commission, as well as a postponement for the review of the annual report. If this report was to be reviewed by the end of July, it hasn't still been included in the calendar of the Parliament, even though we are halfway to October, mid-October. There is a sharp decrease of the oversight of public works in concessionary contracts and the PPPs. This is also mentioned in the MOF report, be it on the concessionary performance as well as on the internal audit report. The European Commission annual progress report also mentions the low implementation rate on the recommendation of the Supreme State Audit Institution and calls for the establishment of the Parliamentary Commission for the implementation of the recommendations of the Supreme State Audit, as well as the budget priorities. The implementation rate for the is at 40% for the Supreme State Control, Supreme State Audit, as well as 10% are ongoing. The rest is unaccomplished or unfulfilled. In order to strengthen the role of the Parliament as an oversight body, given that we draft endless pieces of legal acts and some of them are very much approximated to the EU acquis, still we remain far from the implementation. Nearby, the Commission of Economy and Finance, there was a permanent assistance from NDI, National Democratic Institute, and as of December last year, they have been assisting for the establishment of this subcommittee for the public administration audit. This subcommittee, given and based and pursuant to the parliamentary regulation, did not provide for the establishment of such other subcommittee because there was a limited number of permanent subcommittee. It was thought to apply this version of subcommittee reporting to the parliamentary commission, permanent commission. So we aim at increasing transparency and accountability, thus contributing the improvement in the frugality and to economize the use of public funds. Our subcommission and the Supreme State Audit do cooperate by guaranteeing transparency, impartiality, and lack of interference. Overseeing the budget implementation during the year and KPIs of the budget programs will be one of the objectives and scopes of our subcommittee work. And in line to the cooperation with the Supreme State Audit, our subcommittee, the Supreme State Audit has established a special department only related to the relationship with the Parliament of Albania, and especially so with the newly appointed or nominated, designated subcommittee. I may extend for more, but the fact is that the citizens do call for impunity and punishment of high-ranking officials involved in corruption and strengthening of democratic institutions. So there are 700 million euros in concession, and half of these concessions are reported to the Special Prosecution Office. In November 2022, from OLAF, the EU Anti-Fraud Office, there was a reporting to SPAC for misuse of EU funds, but still we don't have a final investigation verdict, and thus Albania is penalized for the next E-part call and is not attracting and receiving funds in support of the agriculture sector. So impunity is the source of despair for the whole lot of citizens that are living our country based and due to the injustice in employment and lack of perspective for the future. Even though there are improvements when it comes to the prosecution of cases by SPAC, still there is no confiscation of assets, and this lack of impunity makes the citizens even more discouraged, thus leaving the country. We do have an expression like the fish rots from top down, and it is the instigator and the promoter to be punished, the one that is behind the immigration and the disappearance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kodici. Actually, you voiced many concerns that even the social society actors and the investigative media have addressed, and I'd like to note here and need to be noted continuously along with their negative impacts and effects. with the exception of Alexander, maybe here the rest of the panel is a complaints panel. So I believe that Ater will develop a report for each of the panels and will relate to the institutions our recommendations as well in this regard. Christina is from Bern. It is one of the very active actors in Albania in reporting even concrete cases of corruption. And I can bring the personal experience of mine in this regard for a good study that IDM was developing with Transparency International, with regard to state capture and the Bern sources and from some other investigative outlets have been a gold mine for us to double check and to consider also the primary sources to in regard to what we try to prove in detail in that study. But I believe that, Christina, this work here is its own risk for both journalists and discouraging of a future or even current journalists in doing their work, investigative journalism. I don't know if you can share with us a few of the challenges that journalists face, and of course trying to be a little bit more so how can also civil society help journalists and create synergy in reporting cases and providing assistance and support for the colleagues from both sectors? I don't know if I should speak in English or not, if I could continue in Albanian.
Communicate directly in English as so I feel that I can have a direct communication with all of you. First of all, thank you for the invitation, and thank you, first of all, for all the actors of civil society that recognize the importance of the role of journalists, and especially investigative journalists in combating corruption, state capture, and especially in providing some transparency, and I will say some transparency in the work of law enforcement institution and judicial institutions also. But of course, as you mentioned, there are many difficulties, and of course, I will be basing my, let's say, list of main challenges on the experience in Albania, but I know that most of these challenges are very similar in all the countries of the Western Balkans. And I'll start with the first challenge that relates to transparency. Transparency on public documents, transparency in public data. Unfortunately, more and more we see a closure of public institution, including here also law enforcement institution, in enabling journalists to investigate further and also inform the public on all the cases of public interest. For example, in the last year, we have had so many cases of appeals toward lack of public data from police, also from prosecutorial offices, but also one of the main challenges is also related to the lack of openness of the court decision, especially on cases of criminal law, which unfortunately are not public in Albania, except the cases that are public by the Supreme Court and the Constitutional Court. So even for the decisions that are taken by the Special Court of Anti-Corruption and Against Organized Crime, journalists, as well as, let's say, academics and representatives of civil society cannot have access, which of course doesn't leave a lot of, let's say, analysis and also accountability, asking for more accountability from the institutions. Just to mention, in our specific case, in the last 3 years, we have had more than 40 appeals towards such institutions for not releasing documents that we considered should be open and in public interest. For example, most of them relate to the asset recovery from members or groups of organized crime, which again are considered to be protected by the personal data. So journalists are not able to follow up how many cases have been referred by the police to the prosecutor, by the prosecutor has been sent to court, and the decision, final decision of the courts. So even if we look back to the official reports, each of these layers of institution give totally different data on the amount of assets that have been seized or confiscated. And by the other hand, journalists have no way to confirm such data. The same way we have had challenges in with the transparency of the new judicial institution. I would have to say here that we have seen improvement with the judiciary reform in terms of transparency, but still there are many areas and aspects of the new judicial institution that run, let's say, the system in non-disclosure of procedure or closed session toward journalists, meaning closed session toward journalists is immediately translated in less information for the public. And one of the cases that I can mention here is that the case that we had with the vetting institution, which was finally decided for transparency by the Constitutional Court. But you have to understand that journalists, most of the time, especially for cases of public interest and current events, cannot be dragged for several years into courts by going in the first instance of the administrative court, appeal court, and then constitutional court in order to find their rights to have access to what we consider public document from this institution. The second challenge that is not less important, is even more important, is a challenge that all the reports, being those ranking from different international organization, human rights organization, or the reports of State Department or European Commission, safety of journalists still is considered one of the main challenges in Albania, including here not only physical threats, but also let's say intimidation or negative campaign toward media and journalists, especially by high-level official and representatives of all the political parties, I should mention. There is an increased number of SLAP cases that are court cases against public participation. And we see this trend all over the Balkans. And the difference from some years ago is that now we don't see, let's say, a representative of the government being involved directly in those cases, but we see the representative of the companies or oligarchs that have won certain PPP contracts or concessionary agreements that are not afraid to invest money and to send journalists in court and to drag those cases for several years. Something that I have to mention here that it's very particular for Albania in the last year, I think you all know, and it was also part of the discussion of the previous sessions, that from almost a year, a little bit more than a year, SPAC has been quite active with investigating certain cases of high-level corruption. And what is surprising that journalists thought that having a more active special prosecutor will minimize the risk and threats toward journalists investigating the same cases. What we have seen has been totally the opposite. We have seen an increased number of cases of threats registered in international records and databases toward journalists, because not only for their initial investigations, toward corrupt procedures, standards, concessionary agreements, etc., or organized crime groups. But we have seen an increase of threats or journalists that cover the work of the special prosecutor, of SPAC. And we have seen also leaders of political parties threatening also publicly all the journalists that cover such cases. Of course, each from a different perspective, those that support some cases and those that oppose some of the cases that are being investigated. But we see that the polarization of the political discourse toward judiciary reform and the work of SPAC is reflected at the same time in the discourse toward media transparency, work of individual journalists. Also, let's be honest, there is a huge problem also in the media sector, within the media sector. And as we have seen also by the latest contribution of the European Commission in providing data about media ownership in all the Western Balkan countries, by the end, it was a joint initiative that was launched in the end of 2023. Albania continued to have the worst ranking in terms of media capture, meaning oligarchs having, let's say, running most of the mainstream media and owning the largest share of not only the audiences, but also of the market shares. And unfortunately, Albania is, again, it's not a competition, because I hate being in a competition, especially for bad things. But unfortunately, still rank last with the highest level of media that have a political affiliation, with more than 90% of the media, mainstream media, having a direct link with political actors and political parties. And we have to be aware of these challenges. Why? Because even in the public discourse, many times the rhetoric against media owners is confused with the rhetoric toward or threats toward individual journalists. And unfortunately, it's not easy to change the media market. There are different initiatives, but it will take time. But it's very easy to support individual journalists to still do their work properly. And having in mind that there are lack of transparency, there are active threats also by organized group, and unfortunately journalists seem not to have trust in law enforcement institution and report such cases. Having also some level of censorship by the media owners. Of course, all this is translated in a very high level of self-censorship, which in the first instance always is translated as a problem of the journalists themselves, because they are refusing to follow up some stories. No, it's the opposite. It's because the system as a whole does not support journalists to be safe enough in order to follow up those stories, in order to be safe enough, in order for the prosecutor, differently from what has happened in the last year, that we have 7 cases recorded in the prosecutor toward attacks on journalists, and only one of them has been finalized. The others are ongoing for many, many, many years without any results. So we don't see any punishment, and impunity still continue. Of course, we have also to be aware of all these challenges come with other social developments that shrink the space of media, also of civil society, of professional media and quality journalism. It's because of the development of new technologies. Now, each of us think that because we have a social media account, we can be our own journalists, and we can trust our peers, which of course is also part of the rhetoric not to support professional journalism, but also this development in technology and the huge use of social media in the Balkans has been translated in an increased use of propaganda by the public officials, public institutions, and political actors. So now we see that most of the politicians, including here also law enforcement institution, do not accept any media interview because they have their own channels of communication. Why to have a press release and be faced with some challenging question while we can have our own social media and we can air everything and we are not confronted with an easy question, let's say. So what's we can do? Of course, that was the pessimistic point of view. And especially what civil society can do more. First of all, each of us has to remember, because I know that there are also, it looks at some point that we are in a conflicting positions, media and civil society. We have to be remembered again and again that media is part of civil society. And I am not talking here only about the non-for-profit media organizations, but also journalists as such. And this means that civil society organization, the more structured, let's say, part of civil society, should be much more active in supporting and reacting in each case when journalists are threatened. Unfortunately, we haven't seen that in the last years. So we have few journalists joining forces and reacting toward the cases of attacks toward journalists, but we don't see a reaction of civil society as a whole. Of course, civil society is very important because they provide a lot of data, open data, because I see Aranita here, reports which can be used, and they have the journalists would say now, they have the possibility or the luxury, journalists say, not to run every day after a certain story, but to follow more systematically some cases, being that for strategic litigation cases on transparency of public institutions, or in open data, or in let's say, providing more available documents, public documents, that journalists can work upon and produce more, let's say, investigations or everyday reporting. Of course, it's important also because the shrinking space, I'll end it in 1 minute, has also become, and the increased propaganda has resulted also in a shrink space for members of civil society, independent academics, to be in the media and to be heard of and to have their clear position. And that is, journalists should reflect on that, but also civil society should be more active in demanding that space that unfortunately is seemed to be lost in this propaganda war between the political actors. And I will end my speech here, but perhaps after the other interventions.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina, for this very balanced reflection, I would say, on what both sides should do, the civil society and the media community. It got me into thinking. It's and I'm sure also other participants got triggered by what you presented. But we have a long list of speakers. Let's move on to the next one. Mr. Nemanja Todorovic Štiplia, Executive Director of Center for Contemporary Politics. Corruption often happens within the national boundaries, but it has become increasingly transnational. Many people think that that's something happening only to organized crime, but we see it increasingly happening also to grand corruption cases and other practices of stealing public funds and misusing of the office. Civil society is working from a national context, but I believe there is also much more room to develop a regional perspective of work, of getting together civil society, media, other actors. Over to you for some reflections on this topic.
Like, except I'm executive director of Center for Contemporary Politics, I'm much more well known as editor-in-chief of European Western Balkans web portal dealing with European integration of the region. I want to ask, is there anyone in the audience from the EU delegation here in Tirana? Yeah, so like that's then I can be much more honest and critical about everything. So
I'm kidding.
So like somehow we in the region, maybe because of the legacy of the 90s, are used to have like at least the civil society and people from media. We used to have people, you know, like EU, United States, United Kingdom, and, you know, like basically our partners in the West as an allies in everything we do. But in past several years, the cases which are basically connected to the not only corruption but also other topics we experience in our countries, we see the lack of the support coming from our partners, especially from European Union. I understand, like maybe past 5 years we had like 5 and more years, past 10 years, we had like situations that maybe they don't know what to do with the region. Maybe they are not used to, you know, like things which happen in the region, the way how our politicians, our governments try to find, you know, like ways to, you know, to somehow bypass, you know, everything which is required by the negotiation framework, by, you know, like different chapters and clusters of the EU acquis, of the EU negotiation process. I wanna like when we speak about this support in the field of fighting against corruption, it's quite visible that in past several years, if we read carefully European Commission documents on our countries, especially your reports on our countries, we can see the lines which we from civil society, like to be honest, feel pain when we read them, because somehow it looks that European Commission try to see things much better than they really are, and from year to year the things become worse and worse. We remember how situation was in Macedonia in past decade, and how situation was in Montenegro in one point, and of course how situation is in Serbia in this very moment. So like it's even worse and worse, and documents of European Commissions and the speeches of European leaders are like very supportive towards our leaders, towards our elites, towards our governments, etc., and nothing will change. And you know, and I believe honestly, after this European elections and new cycles of the European Commission, that things can be only worse. I'm very happy Albania will finally open negotiation process. I was arguing that in one very important meeting in Paris in 2019 with some people, that, you know, like Albania and Macedonia should split even in that very moment in 2019, and, you know, like start their own negotiation paths. And but, you know, like the now, you know, the problems for civil society to follow the process will be much harder, in a way that now you will have like reports, 6 month reports on rule of law, you know, like 23, 24, etc., with this cluster 1, which will be open as I understand, quite soon. But still, don't expect any help from European Commission and people over there. So like you need to do it alone first from this push need to start from the citizens and of course civil society and some other people, because from my point of view, no government or no opposition will change anything in the field of corruption, because it suits them as it is, as we know. So I will mention, I try to mention this story from time to time on this kind of conferences. As we know, like the last country which became member of EU was Croatia, and everything what's happened in those 2 years of Croatian membership with very good reforms in the field of corruption, the fight against corruption and organized crime, which Croatian government with Prime Minister Ivo Sanader did over that 5 years before the membership. Were great. They established a special prosecutor, they established special court, they established special police, USKOK, for fighting against corruption, etc., etc. But then the most successful prime minister of Croatia was arrested. And just imagine the picture that, you know, like Milo Đukanović, Aleksandar Vučić, and Edi Rama watched TV and they saw Ivo Sanader is arrested. So they don't. I don't believe that they want to do any other reform in the field of fighting against corruption. That they don't want to do any kind of, you know, establishing some really independent police fighting against corruption, or really independent prosecutor fighting against corruption. So like in that year, 2030, European integration of the Western Balkans really stopped. And if you take a look, I want to just mention a case of Montenegro in past several months. It's completely different, because somehow it looks that the Montenegrin government in this very moment really want to do something with not only European integration of Montenegro, but also something for the better future of the citizens. But in all other countries, the situation is the same as it was in 2013. So nothing changed, nothing will happen. We can speak, we can have like dozens of conferences like this without any representatives of the EU institutions, but at the end, you know, nothing will happen. So yeah, I'm pessimist, but that's okay. Somebody need to be there.
Well, thank you for this civil society type of perspective of things. I will have to disagree, though. I don't know about you, but Rama doesn't seem bothered by internationals or pressured anyhow. He's their darling, while Vučić has always been the necessary evil for the internationals. So. I'm not very hopeful, although it's quite sobering, the suggestion that you're giving. Nobody will do it except us. It's just that when I look at the public trust in Albania, public trust data, it seems that us Albanians, we've decided that if internationals don't do it, God will do it. If God won't do it, SPAC will do it. If SPAC doesn't do it, then we're, you know, screwed. Okay, let's move on to the last speaker, Zdravko Veljanov, senior analyst at the Government Transparency Institute. There is an ongoing discussion on the different indicators that civil society uses when it comes to measuring public trust or transparency. So maybe you can reflect upon a bit on both the use of big data, but also the appropriateness of the indicators we use to measure public trust, and what's there else that we can improve.
Thank you, Acer and Seldi for this event that you have organized. I promise I won't bother you with a lot of slides, just for your convenience, that some of the work that you can access and see of what we're doing in more details. I think we heard a lot of buzzwords today, from transparency, accountability, corruption, complexity. I just jot some of them down, good governance. But I guess the mechanism to building more trust goes through corruption, or its antonym, integrity. And from what the literature identifies is the 3 dimensions that we can possibly work on and research and try to mend this gap that is being created. The first one is on the economic dimension, and by economic I mean on economic competition. Distorted economic competition within societies that allows some individual and businesses to capture parts of the economy within the country. The social mostly relates to increased polarization, and this is a trend that's not just restricted to the Balkans, but I think it's everywhere across the globe. And here it's probably the most crucial aspect of how you can rebuild trust. And the last one is on security, but not in terms of security of the country, but security within the country, of how these complex networks operate within the country to capture the economic and social aspects. And what I would try probably to bring closer is how research and how data can help us bridge or go from integrity to trust. And to do this, I try to structure it in 3 small parts. One is the goals, but we heard this morning that we want prevention and deterrence of corruption. I'll be more modest and try to stick to detecting corruption at this point. It's much more realistic in that regard. And some of the challenges that the law enforcement agencies could face with regard to this is, and we heard from some of them today, insufficient resources, human capital, unclear mandate, or their weak oversight mechanisms. But this does not help them to identify this complex network of corruptions that are constantly evolving and taking place. And last but not least, probably the most difficult one to identify and research is political interference into processes. Establishing a causal connection between the 2 events probably could be more difficult to do. But now I bring the tools that probably can help 3 different actors in the society to work on it, from law enforcement or from institutional perspective, from civil society perspective, and last but not least, from independent researcher, journalists, or any other citizen within the country, on how they can work within the tools that have been given to them. But the crucial aspect in all this is data. And I mean open data. I frequently hear at conferences, we need more data, but it's true. We need more data, and how we can connect this data and relate it to the phenomena that we really want to work on. And these are some of the projects that GTI is working on at the moment, but also in future. I monitor probably the closest one to the civil society sectors that tries to educate and provide resources to citizens on how they can monitor some of the activities. Transcrime, I believe that many of the organizations that are here today have been somehow linked to the project that focuses mostly on beneficial ownership across countries. But the newest project, and probably you'll get once you scan the QR code, you'll get construction. The site is under construction. Respond is because the data is still being populated, and this will have broader implications, because it will not just be public procurement data, but the site will be populated with public finance data, legislative data, and media capture data. So it's a new index that GDI is working on with several international partners. And last but not least is Open Tender. I believe many of you are familiar with Open Tender. It's a platform where you have public procurement contracts from all EU countries, but some of them are also non-EU countries. I know North Macedonia and Serbia are already there, and I think Albania is, but only for contracts that are related to European procurements, I believe. But the site is constantly updated, and new countries are constantly brought into it. So the good thing about Open Tender is you can just export a lot of dumps of data just with one click. So you don't have to do that, all the groundwork behind of connecting the different contract notices. But everything that is done behind the scenes is actually quite important, not just for law enforcement agencies to have a better understanding of how these networks evolve, but also for researchers to be able to trace how tenders are mapped to each other. And what happens behind the scenes is with the big data approach is that we're trying to link the different stages of the tendering procedure. So from the announcement for tender to the award for contract notice, whether there have been modifications in the process, and what happened between the announcement and awards. And what try to do is, I guess it comes again, the red flags approach is based on different potentially risky behavior that might be considered in the literature, is to identify which tenders have a higher propensity to be exposed to corruption or risk of corruption. Not going too far to corruption, as we don't know whether that could be the case. And some of these flags include probably the biggest one is the number of bidders. As long as you have a single bidder in a tendering procedure, there is always a higher risk of corruption. But there are other more complicated indicators that can help us untangle these complex networks of corruption. And among them, two of such are the concentration of funds from a certain buyer across the suppliers within the country. So for example, if there is a purchasing authority within the country whose budgetary funds are constantly distributed across few entities in the society, it could be a potential risk of corruption. And the second one is from the supplier's point of view, how much funds from the supplier's point of view are really dependent on a single buyer. So you have the buyer level and the supplier level of corruption. But other important indicators, the length of advertisement period, for example, how much time would a supplier, potential supplier, have to submit their bid or their offer. And I guess this is also crucial because in a lot of tendering procedures where you already know the winner even beforehand, these are very short periods. And it depends on country to country, but usually less than 1 week is an indicator, a potential indicator of a risky, corrupt behavior. Now, for researchers, probably some of the works that we did, and this is part of North Macedonia structure. So what we try to do here is try to see how you don't see, but there are dots there.
We see them.
Okay, so here it's clear to see. There are dots there that are, well, somewhere there. The point is that the data can be disaggregated to and identified, but they're buyers and suppliers. And what we try to do is identify whether the connections between certain buyers and suppliers tend to be riskier in terms of these in these of red flags. But here we use the composite risk indicators that tries to incorporate all the individual red flags. The benefit is that certain buyers have different tendencies to abuse some of the procedures at the expense of the other procedures. And by using the composite indicator, you try to capture all these small discrepancies within them. So we see two networks here, and one of them is on the left side is all construction-related tenders between January and May 2017. You see a lot of red lines, and particularly in the middle. And then you see the same construction tenders that were awarded between June 2017, December, and 2022, practically when the new government took place. We see some greenish lines. There's still a lot of red lines, but we can see how the network of corrupt tenders has moved from the center of the network or to the periphery of the network. Such complex approaches probably would be more difficult to be digested. We have something similar for Bulgaria as well, where we have a split period of 2016. But the idea behind this, probably the lesson for law enforcement agencies, is how to go from such complex data to identifying the specific dots within the map and try to work on those contracts that have been awarded for those specific dots. And probably here, if you go to the website of the iMonitor project, you'll find a working paper that has been identified there. An idea is to move from all the possible tendering procedures to identifying the yellow, or more particularly the red dots. So the basic idea is you narrow down the cases of the law enforcement agencies that probably face a lot of human and financial constraints, to focus on something that could be investigated into more details. And probably this will be the red dots would be the tenders that a law enforcement agency could focus on. The idea now, to circle back to my starting point, is that probably having a curriculum on corruption might not be the straightforward idea, because you don't have to work on corruption, but you can work on the individual elements of the society, particularly enabling or trying to foster civic culture within the society, and trust as a byproduct of improving improving economic competition or decreasing polarization could be actually the final product that might emerge. So the benefit, finally, last remark, the benefit of having data is open data, so that data can be used by researchers, is you don't have to be restricted to only this kind. So the data can offer you different possibilities to focus on specific entities, to focus on specific suppliers, and can help you look into more details. And I think working or badgering a lot of institutions to have this data publicly available is one crucial step on building that. Now, the last part on how independent researchers and probably journalists can benefit from most of this is instead of having very complex data, is to have dashboards that will be available for more synthesized data. So dashboards can help you narrow down or quick search of what you're really interested for and what you really want to look for. And lastly, integrating this data with other potential sources like assets declaration, beneficial ownership, politically connected people can offer you a wide range of possibility. But this is just the start of it. So what can be done there is up to the individual researchers and society. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing these very interesting tools that GTI is using, and especially the visualizations were really interesting to observe. Very, I think, very useful for both those that know how to dive in the big data, but also for beginners. So, okay, so we've reached the end of the presentations. Now, I think we have time for some Q&A session from the participants. If you're still up and not too tired after such a long day, it's been really a very engaging agenda and very intensive day, I think, for everyone.
I don't know why we're all looking at Arianita. Yes, please. I just want to congratulate the panelists because they really did present very good ideas as to how we could function better, namely the power that the civil society and the agencies have in the fight against corruption, but especially so, it is very attractive, the output coming from GTI through some of their projects related to the use of the data, be it the open data or the related data or data that are just transparent or coming from dashboards that could create this monitoring and risk assessment module, be it for the actors coming from the civil society, the media, or the agencies themselves that need to monitor or to audit the problems related to public procurement, asset declaration, own final beneficiary of the businesses that are operating in the country. And probably it's high time for Albania to connect, because we do have dashboard initiatives or platforms that do have the risk assessment during procurement within businesses or corporations, or probably to gain from the one another's experience. And why not to force our public institutions that this risk indicator is to become part of their daily work methodology. Personally, I feel very good that during the analysis of a very important anti-corruption institution, the SPAC, in their annual analysis, I understood that the data methodology that does assess the risk and the risk conclusions during the tender process were made by considering very many informations coming from connecting or interrelating the data. And for the very first time, this information was officialized of former owners of companies that were established by higher senior ranking officials, and then they enter into the public tenders domain, gained or won by the same companies, but at the time when their former owners were senior officials within local government or in central government institutions. That's why this panel was so salient when it comes to media ownership or the data in public procurement, as well as to how the data could be imposed to state agencies in order to make them part of their daily work, where the indicia is received, the risk is assessed and audited within public institutions. That's why anti-corruption prevention through open data is a very key aspect in the regional frame as well as in the local one. Thank you, Ranita. I believe that we are at 100% agreement with what it is put forth. Then, if there are no, yes, please.
Few question or follow-up discussion points, because thank you for sharing the methodology. There was a question just for checking from the Western Balkan countries. It's only North Macedonia and Serbia included, or are also in the different initiatives or databases that you mentioned that you have data apart from the EU tenders for Albania? That was the first question. Perhaps you can respond to it immediately. Because...
So North Macedonia and Serbia were part of the several projects that are also but I think Albania is part of Respond, and it's been actively collected on national data as well. But here comes a lot of ifs, so a lot of caveats here is to what extent is the data quality of the national sources good, so that when the data is collected, you can actually match these different steps of the tendering procedure and then create a data set that can give you the red flags that you need. I'm certain that the national institutions do have this data, but how they publish the data is a completely, I'm not working on the side of collecting the data. We have data engineers that are mostly working on it, but I'm certain that countries are ready as soon as more or higher quality data becomes available. I know Croatia is also in it. I mean, from other countries in the region, Bulgaria, Greece are also part of the data sets. But if countries, so if a country that publishes contracts on Tender Electronic Daily, so TED, all the tenders are collected from there. So for example, if Albania has a contract that has been published on TED, that tender could be identified. But these are most frequently tenders that are associated to some kind of EU projects or something similar.
Still, we are very lucky that we have an organization that is working for so many years as Open Data Albania on this particular. But also, just as a follow-up discussion, is that what we have seen, especially with the more detailed investigation from the special prosecutor regarding specific tendering procedures, we see that most of the challenges or problems or instances of corruption, abuse of power, etc., are not directly related to the tendering procedure per se, but most of the time happens much more before, and they include the feasibility studies. So why this is needed and how they are justified, etc., especially in countries that now run a long-term PPP contracts. So what is your experience with them? And of course, some of them are also related, part of it, to the implementation procedure. What Aranita was mentioning, this links between the subcontractors and how subcontractors are related to certain officials or political actors. So it's just your perspective on how these two aspects that many times are outside the information provided by the tendering procedure per se, or tendering agencies, public procurement agencies, can be further evaluated or assessed. Thank you.
I know that there could be tender amendments, contract amendments at different stages, and as long as these contract amendments are published, you can also capture those, and then you can connect them to the original tender, and you can see what has been modified. Has it been more days of advertisement? Why? But then you can also see what can also be captured, and what we're trying to do now with what Misha touched upon, machine learning, is focus on text mining. And here comes the requirements. So each tendering procedure might have very detailed economic, legal, personal requirements, or none of them at all. And they could have they could be an indicator of what can possibly, or to what extent is this contract riskier. But text mining is very it's difficult, because even a minor change can change the results substantially. So we have piloted some examples with trying to integrate whether you can predict outcomes of tenders based on the detailed requirements description. And sometimes it works for some countries, for others it does not work. So sometimes we see a lot of extensive explanations, and compared, for example, to similar tenders, or compared to the mean explanation, the usual explanation, you could see that probably these tenders are intended to go to someone else, or you can see bare minimum of explanations that could open the door for very subjective interpretation of the purchasing authority on what can do. How to link them? So what else could be done is, but I think this is not only a problem for Western Balkans, but for many other developing countries, having also access to whether there is a company that is being located in tax havens. So whether this company has a subcontractor that can actually be contacted to a tax haven. So we have a separate red flag for tax havens, but the missing rate usually for this is such high, then it always questions to what extent it's valid as an indicator. Other things that we've explored is sometimes the purchasing authority have tendency to fix the numbers of the tenders, so it's not 10,000 but 99999. And there is a lot of stuff in the literature on how these numbers can actually tell us a risky behavior and in tendering procedures. So using these quasi indicators in some countries where more data is available, it could be the case. But trying to connect data with subcontractors, it pretty much depends much on how much is published, because you'll have millions of contracts, hundreds of thousands, I know, of contracts that probably would become difficult. And some of the challenges, for example, that we face in North Macedonia is that some contracts that have multiple lots, like we have one tender and then you have a lot of lots, you get the price only for the final price for all the lots together. So you don't really know what is happening with the different lots within the tender. And what you can really focus on is only on those tenders that have one lot, because then it's certain that, okay, this is the actual price for this procurement. Other countries have better quality data that you can work on. I know Bulgaria has the data for each lot. You have separate price on awarded price and an estimated price, so you can work here. But having that, and I mean, this is going beyond, but there are countries that actually also publish the quantities that has been purchased. So instead of working with relative prices, you could actually work with the unit price of of what has been purchased by the specific purchasing authorities, and that could provide you with clearer picture of what is going inside of that. I could go on talking, but
we can go on to asking as well. But we have an agenda to follow, although we're quite within the limits of the agenda. So if there is no more any last final comment, question by any of the participants, Zef was kind enough to allow me to do the closure of the event. I'm feeling horrible now because I feel like I'm taking credits for this wonderful event that ACER has put together today. And congrats on that. Definitely, congrats for this, for putting together also this very interesting panel where you brought internationals, you brought institutions, media, civil society as well in a session where we can share our perspectives and brainstorm on the core topic. It's been really long day, but very valuable event, I think, for all of the participants. So this is another opportunity to thank, of course, ACER, but also Seldi, who's been present, and I hope with the EU support will continue to stay around in the region for more years, because obviously there is a need to support reforms, but also to monitor them, to make sure that reforming steps are reflecting public needs. I would like to invite all of the participants for a round of applause for the speakers, the panelists today. Thank you very much. And a big thank you also to the participants who stayed with us until the very end. You're the heroes today. Yeah, thank you. And good luck with other activities.